2021 merupakan tahun penuh tantangan seiring dengan munculnya varian baru COVID-19 yang membawa dampak signifikan bagi pergerakan ekonomi nasional. Meski demikian, Wika Beton tetap menunjukkan kapasitas mumpuni dalam menerapkan strategi dan terobosan yang tepat untuk menghadapi berbagai dinamika di sepanjang tahun 2021. Wika Beton mengawali perjalanan bisnisnya sebagai pionir produsen beton pracetak di Indonesia sejak tahun 1997. Melangkah lebih jauh, Wika Beton melakukan aksi korporasi sehingga resmi menjadi perusahaan terbuka pada tahun 2014. Untuk menetapkan tujuan bisnisnya, Wika Beton menetapkan visi untuk menjadi perusahaan terkemuka dalam bidang engineering, production, installation, industri beton di Asia Tenggara. Untuk mengimbangi dinamika bisnis yang terus berubah, Wika Beton melakukan sejumlah transformasi nilai-nilai budaya perusahaan. Dan saat ini, akhlak menjadi pondasi nilai-nilai budaya yang ditanamkan oleh setiap insan Wika Beton. Sejalan dengan visinya, untuk mempertahankan posisi sebagai produsen beton pracetak terbesar di Indonesia, Wika Beton mengoperasikan 14 pabrik, 1 mobile plant, 6 wilayah penjualan, 5 quarry dan crushing plant. Dalam rangka memperluas pangsa pasar, Wika Beton mendirikan 3 anak perusahaan dan 1 perusahaan asosiasi. Wika Beton tumbuh dan berkembang dengan produk unggulan yang dihasilkan, antara lain produk sentrifugal, produk non-sentrifugal, ready mix konkrit. Demi menunjang operasi bisnisnya, Wika Beton menyediakan jasa layanan penunjang, diantaranya pemancangan, launching gantry, post tension, WB SHMS. Meski pandemi COVID-19 masih meninggalkan dampak yang terasa hingga penghujung tahun 2021, Wika Beton mampu mencatatkan kinerja positif dengan carryover 1,45 triliun rupiah, omset kontrak baru 5,21 triliun rupiah, omset kontrak dihadapi 6,67 triliun rupiah, omset penjualan 4,31 triliun rupiah, laba setelah pajak 81,43 miliar rupiah. Secara aktif, Wika Beton tetap berkontribusi pada sejumlah proyek pembangunan infrastruktur tanah air, antara lain Giant Seawall, Jakarta International Stadium, kereta cepat Jakarta-Bandung, pengaman muara sungai Bogowonto, tol Cisumdawu, proyek signaling Mojokerto. Seluruh proses bisnis Wika Beton dilaksanakan dengan memperhatikan berbagai nilai keberlanjutan demi mencapai efisiensi, konsistensi mutu, mencapai keselamatan dan kesehatan kerja, serta operasi yang berwawasan lingkungan. Pengakuan stakeholders atas komitmen Wika Beton dalam menghasilkan produk dengan standar internasional, konsistensi dalam inovasi dan kualitas, serta kinerja lingkungan sosial dan tata kelola perusahaan dibuktikan dengan berbagai penghargaan yang diterima oleh Wika Beton. Dengan berbagai dan sumber daya, Wika Beton siap untuk tetap aktif berkontribusi memajukan negeri. Wika Beton, Innovation and Trust. 2021 merupakan tahun penuh tantangan seiring dengan munculnya varian baru COVID-19 yang membawa dampak signifikan bagi pergerakan ekonomi nasional. Meski demikian, Wika Beton tetap menunjukkan kapasitas mumpuni dalam menerapkan strategi dan terobosan yang tepat untuk menghadapi berbagai dinamika di sepanjang tahun 2020. Wika Beton mengawali perjalanan bisnisnya sebagai pionir produsen beton pracetak di Indonesia sejak tahun 1997. Melangkah lebih jauh, Wika Beton melakukan aksi korporasi sehingga resmi menjadi perusahaan terbuka pada tahun 2014. Untuk menetapkan tujuan bisnisnya, Wika Beton menetapkan visi untuk menjadi perusahaan terkemuka dalam bidang engineering, production, installation, industri beton di Asia Tenggara. Untuk mengimbangi dinamika bisnis yang terus berubah, Wika Beton melakukan sejumlah transformasi nilai-nilai budaya perusahaan. Dan saat ini, akhlak menjadi pondasi nilai-nilai budaya yang ditanamkan oleh setiap insan Wika Beton. Sejalan dengan visinya, untuk mempertahankan posisi sebagai produsen beton pracetak terbesar di Indonesia, Wika Beton mengoperasikan 14 pabrik, 1 mobile plant, 6 wilayah penjualan, 5 quarry dan crushing plant. Dalam rangka memperluas pangsa pasar, Wika Beton mendirikan 3 anak perusahaan dan 1 perusahaan asosiasi. Wika Beton tumbuh dan berkembang dengan produk unggulan yang dihasilkan, antara lain produk sentrifugal, produk non-sentrifugal, ready mix konkrit. Demi menunjang operasi bisnisnya, Wika Beton menyediakan jasa layanan penunjang, diantaranya pemancangan, launching gantry, post tension, WB SHMS. Meski pandemi COVID-19 masih meninggalkan dampak yang terasa hingga penghujung tahun 2021, Wika Beton mampu mencatatkan kinerja positif dengan carryover 1,45 triliun rupiah, omset kontrak baru 5,21 triliun rupiah, omset kontrak dihadapi 6,67 triliun rupiah, omset penjualan 4,31 triliun rupiah, laba setelah pajak 81,43 miliar rupiah. Secara aktif, Wika Beton tetap berkontribusi pada sejumlah proyek pembangunan infrastruktur tanah air, antara lain Giant Seawall, Jakarta International Stadium, kereta cepat Jakarta-Bandung, pengaman muara sungai Bogowonto, tol Cisumdawu, proyek signaling Mojokerto. Seluruh proses bisnis Wika Beton dilaksanakan dengan memperhatikan berbagai nilai keberlanjutan demi mencapai efisiensi, konsistensi mutu, mencapai keselamatan dan kesehatan kerja, serta operasi yang berwawasan lingkungan. Pengakuan stakeholders atas komitmen Wika Beton dalam menghasilkan produk dengan standar internasional, konsistensi dalam inovasi dan kualitas, serta kinerja lingkungan sosial dan tata kelola perusahaan dibuktikan dengan berbagai penghargaan yang diterima oleh Wika Beton. Dengan berbagai potensi dan sumber daya, Wika Beton siap untuk tetap aktif berkontribusi memajukan negeri. Wika Beton, Innovation and Trust. 2021 merupakan tahun penuh tantangan seiring dengan munculnya varian baru COVID-19 yang membawa dampak signifikan bagi pergerakan ekonomi nasional. Meski demikian, Wika Beton tetap menunjukkan kapasitas mumpuni dalam menerapkan strategi dan terobosan yang tepat untuk menghadapi berbagai dinamika di sepanjang tahun 2021. Wika Beton mengawali perjalanan bisnisnya sebagai pionir produsen beton pracetak di Indonesia sejak tahun 1997. Melangkah lebih jauh, Wika Beton melakukan aksi korporasi sehingga resmi menjadi perusahaan terbuka pada tahun 2014. Untuk menetapkan tujuan bisnisnya, Wika Beton menetapkan visi untuk menjadi perusahaan terkemuka dalam bidang engineering, production, installation, industri beton di Asia Tenggara. Untuk mengimbangi dinamika bisnis yang terus berubah, Wika Beton melakukan sejumlah transformasi nilai-nilai budaya perusahaan. Dan saat ini, akhlak menjadi pondasi nilai-nilai budaya yang ditanamkan oleh setiap insan Wika Beton. Sejalan dengan visinya, untuk mempertahankan posisi sebagai produsen beton pracetak terbesar di Indonesia, Wika Beton mengoperasikan 14 pabrik, 1 mobile plant, 6 wilayah penjualan, 5 quarry dan crushing plant. Dalam rangka memperluas pangsa pasar, Wika Beton mendirikan 3 anak perusahaan dan 1 perusahaan asosiasi. Wika Beton tumbuh dan berkembang dengan produk unggulan yang dihasilkan, antara lain produk sentrifugal, produk non-sentrifugal, ready mix konkrit. Demi menunjang operasi bisnisnya, Wika Beton menyediakan jasa layanan penunjang, diantaranya pemancangan, launching gantry, post tension, WB SHMS. Meski pandemi COVID-19 masih meninggalkan dampak yang terasa hingga penghujung tahun 2021, Wika Beton mampu mencatatkan kinerja positif dengan carryover 1,45 triliun rupiah, omset kontrak baru 5,21 triliun rupiah, omset kontrak dihadapi 6,67 triliun rupiah, omset penjualan 4,31 triliun rupiah, laba setelah pajak 81,43 miliar rupiah. Secara aktif, Wika Beton tetap berkontribusi pada sejumlah proyek pembangunan infrastruktur tanah air, antara lain Giant Seawall, Jakarta International Stadium, kereta cepat Jakarta-Bandung, pengaman muara sungai Bogowonto, tol Cisumdawu, proyek signaling Mojokerto. Seluruh proses bisnis Wika Beton dilaksanakan dengan memperhatikan berbagai nilai keberlanjutan demi mencapai efisiensi, konsistensi mutu, mencapai keselamatan dan kesehatan kerja, serta operasi yang berwawasan lingkungan. Pengakuan stakeholders atas komitmen Wika Beton dalam menghasilkan produk dengan standar internasional, konsistensi dalam inovasi dan kualitas, serta kinerja lingkungan sosial dan tata kelola perusahaan dibuktikan dengan berbagai penghargaan yang diterima oleh Wika Beton. Dengan berbagai potensi dan sumber daya, Wika Beton siap untuk tetap aktif berkontribusi memajukan negeri. Wika Beton, Innovation and Trust.
Kalimantan dengan topografi yang seperti ini, ya dengan sungai, dengan hutan, apa segala macam, perlu percepatan infrastruktur lah. Jembatan, jalan, itu jelas dibutuhkan karena untuk mempercepat akses tadi. Artinya untuk mencapai suatu kemajuan lah. Yang terbaru di Kalimantan ini adalah tol Balikpapan Samarinda. Tol pertama di Kalimantan. Kemudian jembatan Pulau Balang. Kemudian bendungan Semoi Sepaku juga. Memang yang harus dibangun itu adalah infrastruktur penunjangnya dulu gitu loh. Alhamdulillah sebelum ada IKN jembatan ini sudah dibangun, bendungan segala macam, artinya memang ada sinergi untuk kelanjutan seperti itu.
Adanya jalan tol ini untuk barang-barang yang dari luar daerah masuk ke Kalimantan cukup cepat dibanding dulu lah ya. Sebelum ada tol dulu melewati jalur lama kurang lebih makan waktu 2,5 sampai 3 jam. Sekarang melalui jalan tol Balsem ini ya 1,5 jam, ya lumayan lah. Memang butuh tol sih sebenarnya karena akses jalan yang lama nggak memenuhi sekarang lah.
Kalau mau gede memang nyaman lewat tol, karena nggak ada tanjakan kan, iya jalannya lempeng aja gitu, baru aman, karena nggak diganggu sama roda 2, jalan kaki, itu kan untuk mobil gede kan.
Secara umum, jembatan ini menghubungkan kota Balikpapan dengan Kabupaten Pasir Penajam Utara. Jadi memang ini akan menjadi penghubung utama menuju IKN langsung. Kedepannya akan menjadi satu kesatuan dengan pembangunan IKN. Dan kebetulan ini sudah siap duluan.
Di era Jokowi ini, ibaratnya pembangunan itu memang ada kita rasakan lah. Mungkin dari sini itu sampai ke Balikpapan, Penajam, Pasir Utara, sampai Banjarmasin, mungkin inilah aksesnya nanti. Ada harapan supaya majulah.
Bendungan Sepaku semua ini manfaatnya terutama untuk mereduksi banjir dan juga bermanfaat untuk air baku. Jadi kalau infrastruktur ini jadi, paling tidak masyarakat yang berada di sini dulu terlayani dengan air bersih.
Jadi ini adalah suatu bentuk pemerataan pembangunan. Ya, apalagi bertepatan dengan IKN ini semakin mempercepat proses pembangunan secara merata.
Tahun 2021 merupakan tahun penuh tantangan seiring dengan munculnya varian baru COVID-19 yang membawa dampak signifikan bagi pergerakan ekonomi nasional. Meski demikian, Wika Beton tetap menunjukkan kapasitas mumpuni dalam menerapkan strategi dan terobosan yang tepat untuk menghadapi berbagai dinamika di sepanjang tahun 2021. Wika Beton mengawali perjalanan bisnisnya sebagai pionir produsen beton pracetak di Indonesia sejak tahun 1997. Melangkah lebih jauh, Wika Beton melakukan aksi korporasi sehingga resmi menjadi perusahaan terbuka pada tahun 2014. Untuk menetapkan tujuan bisnisnya, Wika Beton menetapkan visi untuk menjadi perusahaan terkemuka dalam bidang engineering, production, installation, industri beton di Asia Tenggara. Untuk mengimbangi dinamika bisnis yang terus berubah, Wika Beton melakukan sejumlah transformasi nilai-nilai budaya perusahaan. Dan saat ini, akhlak menjadi pondasi nilai-nilai budaya yang ditanamkan oleh setiap insan Wika Beton. Sejalan dengan visinya, untuk mempertahankan posisi sebagai produsen beton pracetak terbesar di Indonesia, Wika Beton mengoperasikan 14 pabrik, 1 mobile plant, 6 wilayah penjualan, 5 quarry dan crushing plant. Dalam rangka memperluas pangsa pasar, Wika Beton mendirikan 3 anak perusahaan dan 1 perusahaan asosiasi. Wika Beton tumbuh dan berkembang dengan produk unggulan yang dihasilkan antara lain produk sentrifugal, produk non-sentrifugal, ready mix konkrit. Demi menunjang operasi bisnisnya, Wika Beton menyediakan jasa layanan penunjang, diantaranya pemancangan, launching gantry, post tension, WB SHMS. Meski pandemi COVID-19 masih meninggalkan dampak yang terasa hingga penghujung tahun 2021, Wika Beton mampu mencatatkan kinerja positif dengan carryover 1,45 triliun rupiah, omset kontrak baru 5,21 triliun rupiah, omset kontrak dihadapi 6,67 triliun rupiah, omset penjualan 4,31 triliun rupiah, laba setelah pajak 81,43 miliar rupiah. Secara aktif, Wika Beton tetap berkontribusi pada sejumlah proyek pembangunan infrastruktur tanah air, antara lain Giant Seawall, Jakarta International Stadium, kereta cepat Jakarta-Bandung, pengaman muara sungai Bogowonto, tol Cisumdawu, proyek signaling Mojokerto. Seluruh proses bisnis Wika Beton dilaksanakan dengan memperhatikan berbagai nilai keberlanjutan demi mencapai efisiensi, konsistensi mutu, mencapai keselamatan dan kesehatan kerja, serta operasi yang berwawasan lingkungan. Pengakuan stakeholders atas komitmen Wika Beton dalam menghasilkan produk dengan standar internasional, konsistensi dalam inovasi dan kualitas, serta kinerja lingkungan sosial dan tata kelola perusahaan dibuktikan dengan berbagai penghargaan yang diterima oleh Wika Beton. Dengan berbagai potensi dan sumber daya, Wika Beton siap untuk tetap aktif berkontribusi memajukan negeri. Wika Beton, Innovation and Trust. Tahun 2021 merupakan tahun penuh tantangan seiring dengan munculnya varian baru COVID-19 yang membawa dampak signifikan bagi pergerakan ekonomi nasional. Meski demikian, Wika Beton tetap menunjukkan kapasitas mumpuni dalam menerapkan strategi dan terobosan yang tepat untuk menghadapi berbagai dinamika di sepanjang tahun 2021. Wika Beton mengawali perjalanan bisnisnya sebagai pionir produsen beton pracetak di Indonesia sejak tahun 1997. Melangkah lebih jauh, Wika Beton melakukan aksi korporasi sehingga resmi menjadi perusahaan terbuka pada tahun 2014. Untuk menetapkan tujuan bisnisnya, Wika Beton menetapkan visi untuk menjadi perusahaan terkemuka dalam bidang engineering, production, installation, industri beton di Asia Tenggara. Untuk mengimbangi dinamika bisnis yang terus berubah, Wika Beton melakukan sejumlah transformasi nilai-nilai budaya perusahaan. Dan saat ini, akhlak menjadi pondasi nilai-nilai budaya yang ditanamkan oleh setiap insan Wika Beton. Sejalan dengan visinya, untuk mempertahankan posisi sebagai produsen beton pracetak terbesar di Indonesia, Wika Beton mengoperasikan 14 pabrik, 1 mobile plant, 6 wilayah penjualan, 5 quarry dan crushing plant. Dalam rangka memperluas pangsa pasar, Wika Beton mendirikan 3 anak perusahaan dan 1 perusahaan asosiasi. Wika Beton tumbuh dan berkembang dengan produk unggulan yang dihasilkan antara lain produk sentrifugal, produk non-sentrifugal, ready mix konkrit. Demi menunjang operasi bisnisnya, Wika Beton menyediakan jasa layanan penunjang, diantaranya pemancangan, launching gantry, post tension, WB SHMS. Meski pandemi COVID-19 masih meninggalkan dampak yang terasa hingga penghujung tahun 2021, Wika Beton mampu mencatatkan kinerja positif dengan carryover 1,45 triliun rupiah, omset kontrak baru 5,21 triliun rupiah, omset kontrak dihadapi 6,67 triliun rupiah, omset penjualan 4,31 triliun rupiah, laba setelah pajak 81,43 miliar rupiah. Secara aktif, Wika Beton tetap berkontribusi pada sejumlah proyek pembangunan infrastruktur tanah air, antara lain Giant Seawall, Jakarta International Stadium, kereta cepat Jakarta-Bandung, pengaman muara sungai Bogowonto, tol Cisumdawu, proyek signaling Mojokerto. Seluruh proses bisnis Wika Beton dilaksanakan dengan memperhatikan berbagai nilai keberlanjutan demi mencapai efisiensi, konsistensi mutu, mencapai keselamatan dan kesehatan kerja, serta operasi yang berwawasan lingkungan. Pengakuan stakeholders atas komitmen Wika Beton dalam menghasilkan produk dengan standar internasional, konsistensi dalam inovasi dan kualitas, serta kinerja lingkungan sosial dan tata kelola perusahaan dibuktikan dengan berbagai penghargaan yang diterima oleh Wika Beton. Dengan berbagai potensi dan sumber daya, Wika Beton siap untuk tetap aktif berkontribusi memajukan negeri. Wika Beton, Innovation and Trust.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Shalom,
Om Swastiastu,
Namo Buddhaya,
salam kebajikan, and
good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Welcome to the opening of Civil Expo ITS 2022. We would like to say thank you for joining us in this beautiful day. First of all, let us introduce ourselves. My name is Farhan, and today I'm being accompanied by Anya.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to be your master of ceremony for today's event. How are you? It's a particularly beautiful day here in Surabaya, Indonesia, and we are beyond excited to have you here with us on the opening of Civil Expo ITS 2022. We look forward to your participation throughout today's agenda. Ladies and gentlemen, please change your display name into your name, underscore, school or university or institution, and fill out the attendance form, which you can access through the link in the Zoom chat box.
On this special day, we would like to welcome our honorable guests. We would like to welcome the professor at the Faculty of Science and Engineering of Soka University, Japan, Professor Tatsuki Toda.
We would also like to welcome senior lecturer at the Civil and Environmental Engineering Department of Universiti Teknologi Petronas, Dr. Insinyur Mubarak, Wahab, MIEM.
The Dean of Civil Planning and Geology Faculty of ITS, Dr. Insinyur Murni Rahmawati, Magister Teknik.
The head of the Civil Engineering Department of ITS, Dr. Insinyur Dr. Umboro Lasminto, Sarjana Teknik, Magister of Science.
The head of Environmental Engineering Department of ITS, Dr. Ari Dipareza Syafei, Sarjana Teknik, MEPM.
The head of the Architecture Department of ITS, Dewi Septanti, Sarjana Pendidikan, Sarjana Teknik, Magister Teknik, Doctor of Philosophy.
The head of Geomatics Engineering Department at ITS, Danar Guru Pratomo, Sarjana Teknik, Magister Teknik, Doctor of Philosophy.
The head of the Geophysics Engineering Department of ITS, Dr. Dua Desa Warnana, Sarjana Sains, Magister Sains.
The head of Urban and Regional Planning Department of ITS, Cahyono Susetio, Sarjana Teknik, Master of Science, Doctor of Philosophy.
Expert Assistant and Lecturer at the Civil Engineering Department of ITS, Dr. Yudhi Lastiasih, Sarjana Teknik, Magister Teknik.
The lecturers at Civil Engineering Department of ITS.
And lastly, our beloved participants of Civil Expo ITS 2022. Once again, welcome
to the opening of Civil Expo ITS 2022.
Ladies and gentlemen, this event would not be made possible without our sponsors. We would like to express our most gratitude and appreciation to Geosystem,
Wika Gedung,
Agung Sedayu Group,
Wika Beton,
Bank Negara Indonesia,
Indonesia Power,
Waskita Beton Precast,
Bank Tabungan Negara. Before we go further into our agenda, we would like to mention one beautiful thing. Anya, could you please tell the audience what outfit are we wearing today?
Of course, Farhan. Today we are wearing Indonesia's traditional clothing called batik. Batik is actually a technique for producing designs on a light colored fabric where you apply wax onto it using this tool called champing.
That is right. Batik is widely known internationally, and we are proud to be part of this culture. Okay, there was a bit of intermezzo. Before we begin our agenda, Anya, could you please explain a little about our event today?
Definitely. Civil Expo ITS 2022 is the biggest event of the Civil Engineering Department of ITS. The theme, developing an eco-friendly, sustainable construction for IKN Nusantara, is brought in this year's Civil Expo ITS, and today's agenda will be as follows. Firstly, we will have welcoming speeches by our honorable guests,
followed by the first topic with the theme, Implementation of Waste Management on Sustainable Construction by Professor Tatsuki Toda,
followed by the second topic with the theme, Implementation of Sustainable Construction Innovation using Green Building at IKN Nusantara by Dr. Insinyur Mubarak A. Wahab, MIEM.
Followed by the third topic with the theme, Completion of the Substructure with Soil Condition at IKN Nusantara by Dr. Yudhi Lastiasih, Sarjana Teknik, Magister Teknik.
And lastly, we will be having a closing ceremony at the end of today's event.
To begin today's agenda, let us sing our national anthem, Indonesia Raya. We hope for all participants to straighten up your position, and for the committee in charge, you may please play the anthem.
Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to welcome the head of the Committee of Civil Expo ITS 2022 to deliver an opening speech. Please all welcome Mr. Tubagus Isan.
Okay, thank you for the time. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat siang, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Your Excellency, the Dean of Civil Planning and Geoengineering Faculty, Dr. Murni Rahmawati, MT. Your Excellency, the Head of Civil Engineering Department, Dr. Umbol Lasmito, STMSG. To Honorable Professor Tatsuki Toda, Professor of Faculty, Science and Engineering from Soka University. Dr. M. Mubarak Wahab, MIEM, Senior Lecturer of Civil and Environmental Engineering Department of Universiti Teknologi Petronas, and Dr. Yudhi Lastiasih, STMT, Lecturer of Civil Engineering Department from 10 November Institut Teknologi as speaker for today's event, and the rest of ITS Civil Engineering lecturers. First of all, let me introduce myself. My name is Tubagus Isan as Project Officer of Civil Expo ITS 2022. I would like to welcome all participants to the opening of Civil Expo 2022. Furthermore, I would like to thank all elements who have attended and also all sponsors who helped succeeding this event. Civil Expo ITS 2022 is a series of national and international scale event held by Civil Engineering Student Association in form of webinars, competition, and panel discussion in the field of civil engineering. As we all know, the technological development is rapid in order to meet the needs of the society in the future, where the technological development also occurs a world of civil engineering. Therefore, we need to sustainable civil engineering technology in order to useful for this future. Knowing that issue, Civil Expo ITS 2022 event which present an international webinar with the team developing smart city concept of IKN Nusantara for sustainable construction. It is hoped that this webinar can provide the understanding all participants about sustainable construction and IKN Nusantara government project. From this event, it is hoped that new enthusiasm, innovation will emerge from contestants and so they can provide the next generation of civil engineering in facing a new era, the era of economic globalization. I think that's all for me. It's been a pleasure to welcoming all of you today. Hope you enjoy our event. Thank you and good afternoon. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tubagus, for the inspiring words. For the next speech, we would like to welcome the head of Civil Engineering ITS Student Organization. Please welcome Mr. Febriansyah Helwi.
Your Excellency, Dr. Insinyur Murni, as the Dean of Civil Planning and Geoengineering, Faculty of the Institut Teknologi Sepuluh Nopember Surabaya, Your Excellency, Dr. Teknologi Umboro, as the Head of Civil Engineering Department of the Institut Teknologi Sepuluh Nopember Surabaya, and Your Excellency, all the Head of Department of the Civil Planning and Geoengineering Faculty of the Institut of Teknologi Sepuluh Nopember Surabaya, the honorable speakers, Professor Tatsuki Toda from Soka University, Dr. Insinyur M. Mubarak from Universiti Teknologi Petronas, and Dr. Yudhi Lastiasih from Institut Teknologi Sepuluh Nopember Surabaya. And all the participants, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. It's been my honor to welcome all of you here on the Civil Expo ITS webinar as the opening ceremony of Civil Expo 2022. Briefly, Civil Expo 2022 is a project, a series of events established to share and enrich our knowledge, empower collaboration and partnership between university and people, and furthermore promote our civil engineering department and ITS. Like the previous explanation from my friend Tubagus, the Civil Expo 2022 broke the big theme, the big picture of the new capital city of Indonesia, or for Indonesian people, it's known as IKN, Ibu Kota Negara Nusantara. We recognize these IKNs have been or still being a major issue on many social platforms, on many communities, specifically the academic community. With all the issue that has been up about it, we try to seize the opportunity through some activities, such as conference, such as competition, to analyze, review, and also innovate more from our point of view as an academic community, and also to understand more, to understand together with people about IKN. I hope the best for all the participants, either the conference participants or the competition participants. Last, to close my opening remarks, I would like to thank all the officers who already gave their best to succeeding this project, to all the partners who support this project, and also to all the colleagues and participants which already enthusiastic about this event. Again, it's been my honor to welcome all of you here. I wish you all a good afternoon. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly, for the heartwarming opening remarks. Now, let us continue to hear an opening speech by the Dean of Civil Planning and Geology Faculty of ITS. Please welcome Dr. Insinyur Murni Rahmawati, Magister Teknik.
Thank you very much, Mbak and Mas. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everybody. The Excellencies, Professor Tatsuki Toda, Professor of Faculty Science and Engineering from Soka University, the Excellencies, Dr. Insinyur M. Mubarak, from the Universiti Teknologi Petronas, Ibu Yudhi, of course, Pak Umboro, the head of Department of Civil Engineering, and all the head of department from Faculty of Civil Planning and Geoengineering, ITS Civil Engineering lecturers, and all webinar participants. Very good morning. I want to say first that thank you very much for your coming at this wonderful event. In the wonderful afternoon. My name is Mundira Mamati, Dean of Faculty of Civil Planning and Geoengineering. Okay, let me begin by giving you a warm welcome to you all on opening Civil Expo 2022 with a developing smart city concept of IKN, I say in IKN, Nusantara through sustainable constructions. It is a very important theme, yeah, as a theme of Civil Expo 2022. Before we get started, I would like to express to my great appreciation to the Civil Expo crew who generously helped us to make this seminar come true. In today's seminar, we would learn about developing smart cities, concept of IKN Nusantara through sustainable construction, especially the issue of new capital city of Indonesia development, or known as IKN Nusantara. It is very important for us to plan buildings with a sustainable building concept so that they can sustainable through many years. Therefore, I hope that the participants can learn exactly that what aspects must be discussed in planning our own sustainable construction. There are several critical points that should be considered. Some of those critical points will be discussed in this webinar, namely implementation of risk management on sustainable construction, implementable of sustainable construction, innovation using green building, and foundation of the substructure with soil condition at new Indonesian capital city, Nusantara. We hope that this seminar will help you to open your mind for all the participants and change your mindset about construction, because now it is important to concern and move to sustainable construction. Well, I do not want to take too much of your time, audience. So with Bismillahirrahmanirrahim and with great appreciation, I was officially open the Civil Expo ITS 2022. I hope that the entire series of Civil Expo ITS 2022 events will run smoothly in accordance with all of our expectation in addition. Thank you very much again to all participants and good afternoon. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Mbak.
Thank you, Dr. Murni, for the wonderful opening remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, we have arrived at the beginning of today's main agenda. Shortly, we will be accompanied by Mr. Muhammad Lukman Abdurrashid, our moderator for today's event. Mr. Lukman, the time is yours.
Thank you so much, MC, for the introduction. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Firstly, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Lukman, and I will lead the presentation session in today's event. So, the grand theme of this year's Civil Expo is Developing an Eco-Friendly Sustainable Construction for IKN Nusantara. IKN Nusantara is the Indonesian government program to relocate the capital city of Indonesia from Jakarta to East Borneo. The principle of this relocation program will emphasize in environmentally friendly, sustainable construction. For the grand theme itself, it will be divided into three main focuses: waste management, green building, and substructure of sustainable construction in IKN. Okay, as the first topic that we are going to discuss about is the implementation of waste management on sustainable construction, which is going to be delivered by Professor Tatsuki Toda from Soka University, Japan. Before we go further into the elaboration, let me introduce you to our speaker. In 1979, Professor Tatsuki Toda started his studies as a Bachelor of Science in Planktonology, Faculty of Fisheries in Hokkaido University. Then he continued his studies and acquired a Master of Science in Fisheries Science, focused on a plankton laboratory in the Faculty of Fisheries, also in Hokkaido University. And then he also proceeded with his Doctor of Agriculture in Fisheries Science degree in the Plankton Division in the Ocean Research Institute on the Graduate School of Agriculture at the University of Tokyo. Today, Professor Toda taught in the Faculty of Science and Engineering in 2022, and a Dean in the Faculty of Science and Engineering from 2021 until now. Besides, he is also active in numerous researches, such as the first one. In 2016 until present, he became the project leader for continuous operation system for microalgae production optimized for sustainable tropical aquaculture, or COSMOS, as the Science and Technology Research Partnership for Sustainable Development Program, or SATREP, which is funded by Japan International Cooperation Agency and Japan Science and Technology Agency. In 2017 until now, he became the research project leader of Private University Research Granting Project by Ministry of Education, Culture, Sport, Science, and Technology, with the theme about the development of appropriate technology and establishment of local industrial foundation for constructing sustainable recycling society in developing countries, or Planet 3T. After that, in 2019 until now, he became the principal investigator for the development of continuous mass culture technology for super crop production, which is being funded by Grant in Aid for Scientific Research Hakenhi and Japan Society for the Promotion of Science. And the latest one, in 2022, until now, he also became the project advisor for eco-engineering for agricultural revitalization towards human nutrition, or EARTH, as a part of the Science and Technology Research Partnership for Sustainable Development Program, and a joint program by Japan International Cooperation Agency and Japan Science and Technology Agency. And he also has done so many researches before. And from all of these researches, he published more than 180 papers, hundreds of conference papers, and 20 patents. Okay, without any further ado, I would like to invite Professor Toda to begin the first presentation. For the time limit, it has been set up for about 13 minutes, and later on, I will remind it again for the remaining duration. So Professor Toda, you may start the presentation. For the time and screen are yours.
Okay. Thank you for the introduction. So my name is Tatsuki Toda. So the distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, so very good afternoon. So the evening, and so the midnight to some people. So I am the Dean of the Faculty of Science and Engineering, the Soka University. So it is my pleasure to speak. So at today's Civil Expo, so at ITS. As a beginning, so I would like to express my deepest gratitude to the members of the organizing committee, especially the Miss Princesa Auditorina and ITS people members for the hosting this international conference. So in these difficult times by COVID-19. I can only imagine all the challenges so you might have faced to conduct such an event. So congratulations on the accomplishment. So I am sincerely so happy to participate and be a part of the wonderful event. So watching at the video, so really I missed the Surabaya and ITS. So before my talk, so I'd like to introduce myself so briefly. Okay. So originally, so I want to tell you so my career. So originally, so I studied the planktonology and the aquatic ecology. So in the graduate school of the Hokkaido University. So and the Ocean Research Institute of the University in Tokyo. So so as the chairman, so the moderator, so mentioned before. My laboratory has so many graduate students, so maybe so more than 20 graduate students so attended so my laboratory. So I have the much interested in establishment of the recycling society. So okay. So excuse me. So can I erase myself? So something a little bit. これこっちでやれるようにしてくれないとちょっと困っちゃうから消していい？はい、わかりました。これどういうふうに消したらいい？これ消したら、もう先生は映ってないです。で、これでやらなくてこれでできないの？それだとビデオ止めないといいよ、ビデオ。それ共有し直します。じゃあ大丈夫そうだ。ちょっと隣にいてくれる。OK。Okay, I'm sorry. So these are our recent and ongoing the R&D project. So they conducted in my laboratory. So the several projects are running in parallel. So we are so busy. So you may pick some of the similar words up from the project title. So for example, sustainable development, so appropriate technology, sustainable recycling society, sustainable tropical aquaculture, so and so on. So my current interest, so and its goal, how to re-establish modernized so aquatic ecosystem-oriented recycling and symbiotic society. So what is the driving force in the recycling society? So as I wrote here, the fuel might be necessary for establishing the recycling society, the recycled circle. Or every time, so I use the this slide. So in my class, so as a beginning. So today I would like to introduce the two SATREPS projects. So by JICA and JST SATREPS is a Japanese government program. So that promote international joint research. The program and is structured so the collaborative collaboration between the Japan Society Technology Agency and provides the competitive research fund for science and technology project. And the Japan International Cooperation Agency, so JICA. So just this one, JICA. So which provide the overseas development assistance. So that is ODA. So based on the needs of counterpart countries, the programs or the aim to address global issues and lead to research outcomes of practical benefit to both local and global society. So in my talk today, so there are two sides. So the Malaysia and Ethiopia. So we are conducting the research development on how to create recycling-oriented society. So by using the unused organic waste at each site. So today, so I would like to introduce part of them. So let's start from the project of the Malaysia. So your neighbor. So the title is the continuous operation systems for the microalgae production optimized for the sustainable tropical aquaculture. So the acronym is the COSMOS. So my face. Just顔出した方がいいのかな。出てる。Oh, my face here. I'm sorry, I can't do that. Okay, the partnership or partners for the project includes the 4 institutions in Japan, Soka University as a leading university, and the University of Tokyo and the National Institute of Environmental Studies and the Tokyo Institute of Technology, TITech. So, and the 3 universities in Malaysia, so maybe so you know well, so UPM, so located in the Kuala Lumpur, near the Kuala Lumpur, so as a representative of Malaysian institutions. And so the UMT and UNICEF, so the 2 universities attend this project. So the first of all, I would like to talk about the 2 background, the reason for the initiating our project Cosmos briefly. So this graph shows a rapid growth of the aquaculture industry. So the yellow, so the production of aquaculture in Malaysia has rapidly increased so very recently due to national policy. On the other hand, so the market price, so at the beginning, so the increase, but the almost saturated in red. So from year 2000. So the such rapid growth aquaculture causes the various coastal environmental issues. This is the second background. So maybe you know this figure. So this is a famous figure of global marine biodiversity. So which appeared in the National Geographics. So the red areas show high biodiversity, and so the blue areas as a low biodiversity. So blue and green. So as you can see, the area surrounding Malaysia, so also Indonesia, so shows very, very high biodiversity. So compared to the rest of the world, and the loss of biodiversity has been caused by the coastal development, so expansion of aquaculture farms and overfishing. So maybe we need some development of the technology to improve the environmental circumstances. So thus, the current aquaculture production system should be improved with innovative new methods and production. So let's look at an example. So this is a typical developed coastal area. So in Southeast Asian countries. So here the shrimp farms, and so you can see here, so the soil colors of polluted coastal water and also destroyed so mangrove forest here. So the when they cannot discharge this soil from the aquaculture pond. So remarkable decrease of the shrimp production is caused by the disease and so on. So this one, so the pond, so the after so the harvesting the shrimp and the others. So at that time, so we can see the so the accumulation so of the sludge, so much amount of the sludge. So then the Cosmos project, so we will develop the sustainable tropical aquaculture systems by incorporating the microalgae mass culture, inserting the microalgae mass culture process. So between the aquaculture industry and the environmental circumstances. So natural circumstances. So the microalgae has high CO2 fixation capacity and also the potential to produce high value the product. So microalgae can utilize the nutrients derived from the sludge and the wastewater discharged from the aquaculture industries or aquaculture ponds. And so produce a high value bio compound which give the economic incentives. So this coupling will also mitigate the water pollution. And we hope to re-establish the sustainable and recycling aquaculture system. So next, I would like to show you some of the photos of our target, microalgae. So this particular species is called Hematococcus, which can produce a very strong antioxidants, even compared to the vitamin C. So some reports reported the antioxidant is stronger than the vitamin C, so 100 times. So this particular species, by controlling the culturing the environment, so they become red and produce strong antioxidant. So this antioxidant is called astaxanthin. So and the astaxanthin is a commercially very expensive and valuable, effective, the expensive variable. This is a unique photobioreactor customized for the Hematococcus production. So we can produce various high-value materials from microalgae. These red colors materials are used for supplement and cosmetics are protected from UV radiation. So and the green and blue from the spirulina and the chlorella. So they're also used for the supplement of the natural pigment for food we eat. So next, allow me to explain the strategy of Cosmos. So this slide shows the research structure of Cosmos project. So to solve the problems I mentioned already. So it has two pillars. So the one is blue pillar. So this pillar studies the fundamental science of the tropical microalgae. So this pillar has two research themes. So theme one is bioprospecting, high value indigenous microalgae. So we were successfully isolated more than 200 species and strains from the natural circumstances in Malaysia. The theme two, the survey natural growth promoting the substances. And the another pillar is related to the development technology. So the engineering and technology for mass culture of microalgae. Also, so this pillar has two research themes. So theme 3, so develop novel photobioreactor. Today, so after this slide, so I want to show you. So on the theme 4, develop a nutrient toward the recycling system. So it's another key technology development. So we have the two key technologies. So in this project. So allow me introduce the concept of the new bioreactor we propose. First, let me show you some traditional bioreactor. So current bioreactors. So there are many photobioreactors you can see. So however, almost all were designed and developed in European countries. So unfortunately, so and the United States. So unfortunately, so we cannot use these photo of bioreactor without eaves roof in the tropical countries. So some shading is necessary. So due to the high temperature, sometimes so the water in the bioreactor so increase to the 45 to 50 degrees Celsius. So in the tropical strong bitropical strong sunlight. So in addition, so high initial cost and high energy to operate them. So so the transfer the water. So the moving the water. So the needed due to the necessity of strong aeration. So this is the concept of a novel photobioreactor for developing the microalgae mass culture in tropical countries. So the green photobioreactor, this one, so it's made of the special plastic bag. So the cheap one. Also, this reactor is energy saving. So because of no aeration, just so the shaking like that. So later I show you the video. So this one. So this is a prototype of photobioreactor. So okay. So okay. So, okay. You can see this video. Here. So this is the prototype. So this is called a cradle. So the baby is cradle. Okay. After the experiment in the laboratory, so we are developing the photobioreactor. So in the large scale. So this is a demonstration site. So in UPM. So the equipment for the nutrient recovery process, so bioreactor for or microalgae culture for installed. So here. So just checking. Okay, thank you very much. Next one. So this is demonstration site.
These are SatReps Cosmos project involves 3 universities in Malaysia. That is UPM as the lead university, collaborating with University of Terengganu, Malaysia, and UNICEL, University Selangor. And in Japan, we have 4 universities.
We introduced our novel developed recycling system. So by using the microalgae, so in order to establish the recycling society, so engine that is the economic incentive is necessary. So in this process, the engine is microalgae.
We need to capture the very pure microalgae. So in this technology, we can produce high quality biomass of microalgae that can be harvested and used for different purposes. This technology can be integrated with the aquaculture farming to promote the circular economy.
Okay, so this schematic diagram shows the implementation of the photobioreactor. So at local shrimp farm. So we are planning to use the raft. Each reactor will be installed inside the raft. The idea has some following advantages. So no construction is needed in the pond, in local farm, it can be expanded flexibly, according to the pond size and the scale. So in addition, by using the solar panel, no power supply is needed. From the ground. Because this system is energy saving system. So last, I want to show you the.
Welcome to the SatReps Cosmos demonstration site. SatReps Cosmos demonstration site is an area where different technologies which SatReps Cosmos develops are displayed. The site is located in Ladang 15 Universiti Putra Malaysia, UPM, and has a range of novel technologies including low-cost outdoor microalgae cultivation, nutrient recycling, pisciponic recirculating aquaculture system, RAS. The outdoor scale-up multiple bag reactor system is a novel low-cost and low-energy closed photobioreactor system deployed on the water's surface. It is scalable, designed with a closed system to reduce contamination risks for producing high-quality microalgal biomass, and adopted a cradle system to reduce energy in the mass production of microalgae. The nutrient recycling technology that utilizes aquaculture sludge through a composting system will produce clean ammonia for the usage of algae cultivation. The integration concept of microalgae photobioreactors with aquaculture farming systems shows an innovative way towards circular initiatives for the mutual benefit of all stakeholders. Apart from that, we also have a fish culture system that consists of a pisciponic and recirculating aquaculture system, RAS, for experimental purposes. The SatReps Cosmos laboratory is established to cater the need for a laboratory with the facilities to provide research on microalgae. The laboratory is well equipped with a wide range of high-end instruments for microalgae research as well as teaching and learning, servicing, and industrial academia collaboration.
Okay, this schematic diagram that shows the implementation of the PBL. So sorry. So this one's so different. Okay. So this is the goal of the Cosmos. So today, so I have not enough time to tell you the all process technology. So but also nutrient recycling system is very important. So we correct the ammonia by using the aerobic process. So usually when cultivating the microalgae, so produced, so they use the effluent from the anaerobic digestion process. But so in this process, so we used aerobic fermentation process, so like composting process, but quite different. By using the anaerobic fermentation process, so we can uptake the very clean, so the nitrogen source. That is very important for the cultivation of microalgae. Also, the remaining residual is used for the agricultural crops. So, how do we move nutrients for microalgae culture, mass culture from the sludge of aquaculture pond? So this is very important. So this is next time. So already, so you understand. So microalgae cultivation is a fuel of the engine. So the recycle, so this cycle. So we think so these small microalgae so will make a big impact toward the sustainable development. And so based on the microalgae, so we designed this logo. So of the Cosmos project. So the next, so let's move to talk about the project conducted in Ethiopia. So here, Ethiopia. So the project title is Eco-Engineering on Agricultural Revitalization toward Human Health Improvement. So the acronym is Earth. They're transforming water hyacinths to energy to nutrition from water hyacinths, so the unused substance, to energy and nutrition. So as a beginning, so I show you the video. So this is water hyacinths. So cover the lake, along the coast. This is not land. This is water hyacinths floating, but underwater hyacinths, so the black walls, so without oxygen. Very huge area, so was covered with water hyacinths. Okay, stop. You can see here. So okay, so these are people to harvesting, to harvest the water hyacinths. Like that. Very terrible, so areas covered with water hyacinths. Okay. So the Earth project tries to solve the 4 national problems in Ethiopia. So as you understand well, so the first one is the conservation of lake ecosystem and biodiversity and utilization of water hyacinths. So National Water Hyacinth Eradication Campaign was held the year 2012 to 2018. So the more than 1 million people attended this campaign. But as I showed you, so the water hyacinth, so the still, so expand their area. The second one, soil degradation and so low agricultural productivity. So about 70% of the working population are farmers, but low soil productivity. So soil degradation and soil acidification are problems so in Ethiopia. And number three, so deforestation. So the Ethiopia's household fuel so largely depend on the charcoal. Thus, deforestation is a serious problem. So that to cook the, the lunch and dinner. So the last one is very serious, poor nutrition. The problems includes undernutrition of women, stunted so growth of children, and acute malnutrition. So low protein intake and deficiency of the certain essential amino acid, iron, vitamin are also problem. So the Earth project so try to solve the four national problems so at the same time, so simultaneously. So this slide shows the model diagram of the modern African recycling-oriented society proposed so in this project. So the human community, so the population growth, so and also the organic wastewater so produced. So and so the eutrophication is caused to lake. So Lake Tana is the biggest lake so in Ethiopia. There so the overgrowth of water hyacinths. In this project, so we or sustainable harvest. So also the conservation of lake ecology. After harvesting the water hyacinths, so water hyacinths, so the water hyacinths is crushed and so compressed. They separates the liquid part and the solid part. The four liquid part, so the anaerobic digestion process, so the UASB is used for the recovering the biogas. Also, the effluents is used for the microalgae cultivation and soil amendment, so that's fertilizer, so the liquid fertilizer. About the solid residue, so by pyrolysis, so the biochar are made. After that, so the biochar is used for the energy and also the soil improvement. After that, so we try to enhance the agricultural crop and also the produce the animal feed and so nutritional food for all people. So finally, so we hope so we will so improve the malnutrition of the many children. Okay, then so what do we do for their solution? So this is a research structure of the Earth project. So also this project has 4 research teams. So the first one, so the water hyacinth management model. So by using the drone and so the satellite. So we try to, we try to the growth characteristics and how area so that we be covered by water hyacinths, so in Lake Tana. The second research team, so the studies nutrients, so energy recovery. So after as I told you, so by the pressing, so the separates the liquid and solid part. And SIM3, so the production system studies the production system of the product. So in this project, so we produce a biochar and so microalgae, also the vegetable, so by hydroponic. The last one, so the SIMA4 is also very important. So they make a business model and so the societal implementation. So some evaluation of nutritional effect and so the construction of the value chain. So also they think about branding. So the also survey the local needs. That's okay. So the SIMA4 is for the implementation of this process. So this figure focuses on the agriculture, so productions process. So as I told you, it's okay. So test operation of crushes dehydrator, so used in Ethiopia. So the crushing processing the capacity that 2,000 to 3,000 liter per hours. And so maybe you have a question. What do you produce the what kind of microalgae? So do you produce? And so in this project, so this is the answer. So in this project, so we produce this microalgae. This is not young people bleached hair. So Japanese student dye their hair table color. So it is not hair. So this is famous spirulina. So one of the famous microalgae containing high amount of protein. So those like hair, so is chains of microalgae cell. So microalgae cells so connecting and so connecting after that, so making the long chain. So when they are very active. Okay. Yes, so this is a final product. So the key product, spirulina, so originated in Ethiopia. So do you know that? So the originally spirulina was collected from the Ethiopia, Sudan, so the southern Egypt, from East Africa. So this is called superfood. So because so they have the high protein, so that's 50 to 70%. So like soybean, so the whole essential amino acid is what they have. So the 10 kinds of vitamins, so including the very important vitamins, so B12. So there are also rich minerals such as iron and zinc. So this spirulina is very effective to improvement of the malnutrition. So the giving the 1 gram per day for 6-week intake. So the children with malnutrition improved much. They also easy to cultivate, so the productivity 150 to 250 kilogram dry weight ton per hectare per day. Possibly 20 times more protein productivity than soybeans. So this is the superfood. I'm going to show you culture ponds of spirulina at the Bahir University in Ethiopia. This pond is the seed pond for the pond. So the 2 meter by 2 meter. So the assistant professor, Dr. Kishi is collecting the microalgae. So just wait. So this one, so 3 meter by 2 meter pond. Now, so we installing the 3 pond, 20 meter by 3 meter. After that, so we plus 2 or 3 big ponds. So installed in the Bahardar University campus. Okay, also we are developing the hydroponics system, so using anaerobic digestion effluent. So domestic companies, so helps our project. So the Ethiopian company Grow Hydro, so helps development of our system. So in aspect of agriculture product. So also this is very important. As I told you, this is soil improvement and soil improvement and crop increasement. So as you can see here, so high biochar rate of the soil so enhances the production of teff. Teff is an Ethiopian representative grain, so like rice. So they use the teff as the main food. So this is biochar applications rate. So the biochar rate, so the 0 and 5 and 20 ton per hectare. So the 5 tons, so multiplied at 2.7, and so the 20, 33.6. So you can see here. So this one's at 0, very small grass, and so the 5 ton, it's okay. The 20 ton. So biochar is very effective to enhance the agricultural crop. Okay, in the last, enjoy the short video, but so talk, sorry, so talk is Japanese, but so the terop, so is written in English. So, son.
広大なアフリカ大陸の東に位置するエチオピア。大地溝帯が豊かな自然と生物多様性を形成し、人々に恵みをもたらしています。ナイル川の源流であり、琵琶湖の5倍の大きさを誇るエチオピア最大の湖タナ湖は、ユネスコ保護区にも指定される美しい湖です。そんなエチオピアで今深刻な問題となっているのが、人口増加による貧困、栄養失調、環境破壊です。タナ湖でも人間が持ち込んだ外来種の水草ホテイアオイが岸から1キロ以上にわたって水面を覆い尽くし、古来の自然を壊し、漁を生活の糧とする人々の生活を脅かしています。
で我々のプロジェクトでは厄介なですね水草やホテイアオイといったですね、こういうものをバイオマスっていうんですが、そういう厄介なバイオマスをですね循環型の社会に、組み入れて、より皆さんがですね利用できるような形の有価物を作ると、そういうことをやって、その地域ごとにですね循環型社会をどのように作っていったらいいかということについて、研究開発を行うというものであります。このホテイアオイという、厄介な水草を液体と固体に分けて、そして液体の方からはエネルギーと微細藻類と、それから農地への栄養を供給する。でぎゅーっと絞った後の固形分からは今度は炭を作る。炭を作って、それもエネルギーにできるし、土壌改良もできます。でそういうことで 今まで厄介だったものが有価物に変換されると。そしてその有価物を使って人間が活動して人間のその栄養改善にもつながっていくと。これが私たちが現地の人たちとやろうとしている循環型社会ということになります。
大学として一大
Okay. Thank you very much. So thank you very much for hearing. So in the last, much appreciation to Civil Expo ITS Indonesia 2022 organized committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Toda, for your wonderful presentation. From the overall material, I could sum up that waste management is one of the things that is very crucial to improve the good in the future. With the problems and impacts of human activities, such as changes in temperature, energy consumption, and others, we are able to cope with the methods that have been explained by Professor Toda, such as sustainable aquaculture system combined with microalgal mass culture, or Satra Cosmos, as a new bioreactor in order to clean up an aquaculture waste as a form for recycling society. This system can also be integrated with any renewable energy, such as solar panels, to save more energy. Hence, with the knowledge and experience from Professor Toda, we hope that this system and innovation can be implemented and work well in the new capital city to achieve 100% clean treatment of wastewater in 2035 and net zero emissions in 2045 in IKN Nusantara. Okay, so I could sense that from this first presentation, most of our participants seems are from civil engineering, and it seems that they became more curious about waste management because it is quite uncommon material to be heard of. And that's why at this moment, we will begin the Q&A session to answer all of your questions. In this Q&A session, it will take 30 minutes long. So for the participants who want to dig up more information about this material, you may raise your hand using the raise hand feature and ask directly to Professor Toda. Or you can just write it your question in the Q&A features or YouTube live chat, and I will read it for you. Okay, for the participants, please do not hesitate to ask any questions to Professor Toda. Okay, it seems there. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, so I think there's a question from Farrell. Maybe Farrell, you can just unmute yourself, or the committee can help to make him become the panelist to ask the question directly.
Hello, am I audible?
Yeah,
yes,
hello.
you're audible.
Okay, yeah. Thank you so much, Professor Tatsuki Toda, for your presentation. That was very interesting. As far as I know, microalgae can also be used to neutralize or treat wastewater. Therefore, my question is it possible to utilize microalgae in neutralizing city or municipal wastewater, such as in IKN, while at the same time cultivating the microalgae to be used as a feedstock for any products that use microalgae as its fuel or sources? And my second question will it be a sustainable solution for developing a future sustainable city concept? Thank you.
Thank you. The first question is the answer of the first question is behind the photo. So this system was installed in Spain. So the private company is Aquaria. So they installed this system around the 2017. This system is treating the wastewater from the Sevilla city, Sevilla or Sevilla. So how to pronounce? So I don't know. So but the one city, the wastewater from one city is treated by this pond. So but the operation is such kind of pond is very difficult. So after the microalgae, the increase, suddenly, the predator of the like zooplankton, occurred, and they feed on the microalgae, perfectly. So suddenly, the system, down, the effectiveness, decreased. So but how to say when they manage this system well, this system is very effective. So already this system operated more than for 2 years. After correcting the microalgae, the microalgae is transferred to the methane fermentation process. So in this process, the biochar, not biochar, so biogas, is produced in that reactor. They are using the biogas as maintenance of the facility and driving car. They are using. So this aquaria is very, very successful. Okay, I forgot the second question. Sorry. So Mr. Farrell, Muhammad, tell again. Second question. I take memos.
Okay. Are you asking my second question, Professor?
Yes.
Yes. So my second question was about, will it be a sustainable solution by utilizing microalgae to treat wastewater from municipal or city? Yeah.
Yes, of course. Yes, of course.
Okay. Thank you so much for the answer, Professor. Can I have one more question, moderator?
Yeah.
Yes, can have another question.
Okay. Okay. According to the experience that has been implemented before in Spain, if I'm not misheard it, was it a cost-efficient solution to treat wastewater in that country? Is it cost-effective or not?
That is a very good question. So the FIT system is the best for the country. So the answer is not one. So because some area has the empty land area, like behind, like desert, easy to install the big system. But in Tokyo, in Jakarta, we don't have any land to install such big facility, right? So at that time, we have to pay so much money to buy the land. So the cost effectiveness is a difficult problem to solve. So the dependent on the city, dependent on the area, dependent on the country. So that's true. So we have to choose the appropriate the combination of the technology to solve the treat the wastewater from the city and the other place. It's okay?
All right. Thank you so much, Professor Tatsuki Toda. That is very understandable. Thank you very much.
Okay, that will be our first question from Mas Farel. So for the other participants who want to ask more questions to Professor Toda, you can accept the panelist invitation and start to on your camera.
Okay. So from the Misha Safarina. So this one, so the Bahasa. So so this is the same question. So Mr. Moderator.
Okay, so actually I do have a question. So Mr. Professor Tatsuki Toda, actually I do have a question.
Please translate the Bahasa to English from the first people. So of course, so I speak Bahasa a little. Nama saya Toda from dari Japan. So. Chat. Oh, chat many. I see. Oh, okay. So many. Okay. Thank you. Excuse the process. Don't forget to use this speaker. Excuse the process. Okay, quicker. For all participants. Yeah. Yes, it's okay. Finished.
Okay, Professor Toda, there is some questions is being sent to me directly. So there are 3 questions, which is the first one, what is the most suitable concept of waste management that can be applied in Indonesia? And the second question, in your opinion, what are the most failures on waste management? And the third, what is the most memorable waste management project that you have been through so far?
So first one is for please again. So first one is just Mr. Moderator. So can you tell me again? So the first one.
The question for the first one, what is the most suitable concept of waste management that can be applied in Indonesia?
Okay. Second one.
The second one will be, in your opinion, what are the worst failure on waste management?
What's the worst?
And the worst, yes, the worst failure.
Okay. The number 3 there.
And what is the most memorable waste management project that you've been through so far?
Okay, I see. I understand. So the most suitable the wastewater treatment. So in Indonesia, so I think so that 2 process recommended. So the one process is anaerobic digestion process. So the wastewater containing so much amount of the organic materials. So you should use the anaerobic digestion process. But so about the effluent from the anaerobic digestion process. So this water still has the organic materials are not decomposed. So at that time, so as a tertiary, as a secondary facility, so you had better install the aerobic process, so like DHS. Have you heard of DHS? Sponge hanging system. So this system is installed in India. So the actual facility is moving. So this is recognized as a very effective process, wastewater process, or of the effluent from the anaerobic digestion process. So I recommend you. So the anaerobic digestion process first. So after that, so install the aerobic process. It's okay. In detail, so such kind of aerobic process also includes as rotating the equipment and also the DHS or some the representative process developed already. So you can choose. It's combination. So also combination. So anaerobic plus aerobic. So then the worst process. So yeah, frankly speaking, so I don't want to tell you, but in Japan, we treat almost all the wastewater from city, by using the aerobic process only. So the aerobic process, waste so much amount of electricity and produced CO2 so much. So it is not so good. But we have no choice. So because we don't have any land to install the anaerobic process. Also the aerobic process produce the secondary waste, as you know well, so like sludge. So finally, we have to treat the sludge by anaerobic process, methane fermentation process. So we put many tanks and also the waste money. So our system is not recommended to the developing and emerging countries. Okay, the last one is most memorable. So now, this is an ongoing project. So in Ethiopia. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Professor Toda, from your answers. And actually, it is going to be the last question in this Q&A session. And after that, we're going to move on to the certificate handling. And maybe for the assigned committee, please share screen the certificate.
Yeah. So sorry. Tell me. So so cutting. tell me again. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for everybody.
Okay, for the assigned committee, please take a publication of the certificate handling.
Okay, I see. Thank you very much. Yeah, I enjoyed the presentation. So and also I am very welcome. So writing email. So my email is very easy. Toda at soka.acjp. So very simple. Toda at soka.ac.jp. So I am waiting for your email. Thank you very much.
Okay, I think for the certificate handling is already over. And before we end the first presentation, maybe from Professor Tatsuki Toda, do you have any closing remarks that you want to convey to our participants?
Yeah, I don't want. It's okay.
Okay, marvelous. So once again, thank you very much, Professor Toda, for your time to give us new perspective about waste management. And if you have any other activities, you're allowed to leave the webinar, Professor.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so that was our first presentation session from Professor Tatsuki Toda. Afterwards, the second presentation will start after having a 5-minute break. And also, I would like to remind to all participants to fill out the absence form that has been sent out by the committee in the Zoom chat. Well, see ya in 5 minutes.
tahun sudah geosistem berdiri. Walaupun di tengah badai pandemi, tidak menyurutkan semangat kami dalam membangun negeri. Selama 25 tahun, geosistem telah berkontribusi membangun negeri di berbagai proyek di Indonesia, seperti jalan tol, bandara, pelabuhan, smelter, perumahan, bendungan, embung, tempat pemrosesan akhir sampah, dan masih banyak lagi.
PT Teknindo Geosistem Unggul atau dikenal dengan nama Geosistem didirikan pada tanggal 3 Desember 1996 di kota Surabaya. Maksud dan tujuannya adalah khusus untuk berusaha dalam bidang spesialis teknik perbaikan tanah, terutama perbaikan tanah yang menggunakan produk geosintetik dan instrumen geoteknik. Proyek pertama yang dikerjakan adalah pekerjaan Prefabricated Vertical Drain (PVD) pada proyek reklamasi perumahan Laguna View di pantai timur kota Surabaya. Selanjutnya sampai tahun 2000 dipercaya melaksanakan pekerjaan perbaikan tanah pada proyek Bendungan Manggar di Balikpapan, proyek Stadion PON 2000 di Surabaya, proyek Jalan Margomulyo di Surabaya, proyek Jalan Widang Gresik, dan beberapa proyek lainnya.
Tak hanya berkontribusi di bidang pembangunan fisik saja, geosistem juga berkontribusi dalam pengembangan sumber daya manusia, khususnya pada bidang geoteknik. Melalui kerjasama dengan universitas yang tersebar di seluruh Indonesia, kerjasama ini diwujudkan dalam bentuk seminar, kerja praktek, kunjungan industri dan kunjungan lapangan, penelitian, serta lomba geoteknik.
Okay, guys, so actually the 5-minute break is already over. So let's go back to our seats because the second presentation will start in a short time. Okay, since we already talked about waste management, we're now moving on to the building innovation, which is green building that will be presented by Dr. Insinyur M. Mubarak Wahab, MIEM, from Universiti Teknologi Petronas, Malaysia, with the topic of implementation of sustainable construction innovation using green building at IKN Nusantara. Beforehand, I will read the short profile of Mr. Mubarak. In year 2000, Mr. Mubarak started his studies in civil engineering, and he obtained Bachelor of Engineering in Universiti Teknologi Petronas. And then, in 2006, he continued pursuing his studies as a Master of Engineering with a focus on structural engineering in the University of Melbourne. After finishing his master degree, Mr. Mubarak does still have the spirit to continue his PhD degree in civil engineering in Universiti Teknologi Petronas, Malaysia. Besides on his studies, he also had numerous working experience, and these are some of the latest experience. In 2017, he had the responsibility as the deputy head in Offshore Engineering Center in Universiti Teknologi Petronas, Malaysia. And then, in 2018, he also worked as a senior lecturer, and the latest one in 2022. In 2020, he became the program leader in Civil and Environmental Department in Universiti Teknologi Petronas, Malaysia. From all of those 3 positions, he is still in charge until now, and there are many more of his experience. Aside from his working experience, he's also having several research grants, such as from Yayasan UTP Research Grant, or YUTP, with the title of his research about the prediction of structural health monitoring of floating offshore platform mooring lines, with the amount of funds is about 186,000 ringgit Malaysia, with his position as the leader within the duration from August 2018 until 2021. And the second one is also the Ministry of Higher Education, or MOHE, with his title of his research about the prototype development for an upscale unit fabrication for extraction of nano-silica gel from sugarcane bagasse ash, with his amount of funds, which is about 133,000 ringgit Malaysia, with his position also become the leader, with his duration from 2020 until 2022. Okay, without any longer, I would like to invite Mr. Mubarak to begin the second presentation, with the time limits are still the same, which is about 30 minutes, and later on I will remind it again for the remaining duration. So, Mr. Mubarak, you may start the presentation. For the time and screen are yours.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Can you hear me well?
Yes, you're audible, Prof.
All right, thank you. Assalamualaikum and very good afternoon to the audience, mostly the undergraduate students from ITS Indonesia, and maybe some other guests from other places. I am Dr. Mubarak from Institut Teknologi Petronas, currently the program leader for Civil and Environmental Engineering Department. The topic given to me is on implementation of sustainable construction innovation using green building at new Indonesian capital city, Nusantara. I was told that the theme of this expo is developing smart city concept of IKN, Ibu Kota Negara, Nusantara through sustainable construction. So it is my privilege to be able to provide some insights based on my research, based on my exposure to the industry, especially in Malaysia, and a small stint of my experience from University of Melbourne. I was there in 2006, 2007, and I have been involved with some of the green building initiatives over there, and Professor Lau or something, forgot the name. So please allow me to provide some of my insights on this area. And to the audience, you can see on the slide, the 2 photos down there are the images from Universiti Teknologi Petronas. The university has a very nice building. It was done with a very nice architectural elements. In 2007, we won the Aga Khan Award for architectural design for the university buildings. And subsequently, I think 2009, we have evaluated ourselves for the Green Building Index, and I believe we have obtained a very significant milestone in that assessment as well. So I would say the university is a campus inside a park where we are surrounded by lush green, and we have so many lakes over there, and we have a nice central park. So it is my privilege to share some of the inside story and some of the knowledge I could share with the audience here today. So Mr. Moderator, to the second slide, please. So today I have devised the content of the presentation, the 30 minutes presentation I was given, into these topics. I would like to run down these topics very quickly within the given time. And there are two definitions provided just to, because from the topic given, I have learned that the two main keywords are sustainable construction and green building, as well as smart city. So for the benefit of the audience here, I have provided the definition as per the what do you call the theoretical definition for what is sustainable construction: elements and activities which have positive outcomes for people and planet. Enabler include sourcing renewable and recyclable resources and reusing materials where possible to avoid or minimize sending to waste. And green building is a building that in its design, construction, and operation reduces or eliminates negative impacts and can create positive impacts on climate and natural environment. So green buildings preserve precious natural resources and improve quality of life. This is according to World Green Building Council. Next slide, please. So just for the sake of the audience here, I believe most of you already know about this. Just for the sake of fulfilling the presentation, I would like to put some information about the Ibu Kota Negara Nusantara, the new capital of Indonesia. The new capital will be situated in East Kalimantan, and it will be replacing the current city, which is Jakarta at Java. And the planned city, I learned that the area is around 2,560 kilometer square area, which is quite a big area. Imagine you have a 50 kilometer and 50 kilometer square. That will be around 2,500 kilometer square. So 50 kilometer width and length is around 1 hour drive and another 1 hour drive. So there's a very huge area. And this is a massive development going to be undertaken by Indonesia from now till 2045. So it's a staged development. And the development will be taking a concept which is green and smart global city. So we would like to define more what is this green and smart global city. That is part of the objective in my presentation today. Currently, the vicinity is a farmland where the mining and industries activities overwhelming that area. And before the whole development comes into a full swing, the infrastructure works are underway currently to provide the basic amenities and necessary infrastructure for the main works to be moving on. The infrastructure, for example, like dams, roads, etc., are underway. Enormous construction activities, because of the size and the importance and the remote area where we need to bring the resources, materials, machineries, manpower, and the activity has to be completed within the time, and with so many uncertainties around. So it will be very much enormous and hectic heap of activities, which will provide employment and require lots of construction materials, energy demand, and waste will be produced, and land clearing activities will be happening in that area. So this is the scenario we have to put in place before we go further. What are the essences we need to touch base on for this green and smart global city? Next slide, please. So just to give an theoretical or hypothetical understanding what is sustainability, This famous report by United Nations Brundtland Commission in 1987, which defined sustainability as a meeting the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. Means that whatever activities we do now, we plan now, should consider the needs required by the future generations. We don't want to harm, or we don't want to prevent any sort of inequalities for them in the future. So how to ensure this sustainable construction, especially in developments like Nusantara, quite big, massive development. So that is the question that we have to address. We have to ask ourselves, and we have to ponder, as we are all in the discipline of civil engineering, and I believe most of us are civil engineers, and so we are the generations or the people who will be playing a role in this development, and we will be having the consequences from that for now and for future. So we have to ask this question, and we have to really pay attention to this. So sustainable construction provides an ethical and practical responses to issues of environmental impacts and resources consumption. So when we see this, when we say keyword is sustainable construction, so we have to be very ethical, and our activities or our action should be practical, considering the environment, the people, the society, and the social content, and the resources. The resources mostly come from environment. So the triple circle is very famous for the sustainability, where our consideration must be considering the economy, the social and environmental aspects in making decisions and making the way forward in whatever activities we are undertaking, especially in a development, land level development, or development works. So that is sustainable construction. How about sustainable design? How do you consider sustainability in design? So as a designer engineer, we have the upper hand in determining the sustainable design from the design, what you call design level itself. So sustainable design must consider reducing the negative impact on the environment and human health, improving the performance of the building during the building's life cycle, by giving careful consideration to water, energy, material, and waste. So you can see here, in our design, we have to pay particular attention to these elements. For example, materials. How do we optimize the design so that we use less materials, which gives a similar function, similar performance, but less material? And how do we harvest the energy? How do we optimize the energy and harvest the energy? How do we reuse, recycle water and waste? So these are the questions and inputs we have to consider in our design. So we have the upper hand and say during the design stage itself, and why sustainability in design and construction is vital and timely, I would say, is as a concern. So now this question is very important. Why this is taking a center stage nowadays? Is it timely? Is it vital? Let's see the next slide. Yes, this is a very important slide, and it's very timely, where everyone's talking about it nowadays, from the academia to the general public, the young generation, till the policymakers in every single country and every single government. So this is about global warming. Everyone knows about it, where we are seeing erratic global disasters. In terms of weather pattern is changing. It is affecting our food security, water security, and this is purely due to the greenhouse gas emissions, too much and too severe. And this global warming also increases the sea level, and we are becoming more hungry for energy because we want to develop. We have more people to feed, and the population is getting increased. So we can see this global warming and population growth is affecting every segment of our life, society, the planet, the animals and the flora and fauna and everything. And this is very important and it's very critical. And if we see the last year COP26 UN Climate Summit, many countries has acknowledged and they have committed for net zero pledges. Of course, they have different timelines. Some country going for 2030, 2040. I think Indonesia is 2060, Malaysia 2050, and so on. So the important thing is we acknowledge there is a alarming case and there is a seriousness in this, and we have to take action now. And these pledges, of course, because of the massive involvement of industries, people, commitments, and financial instruments, it takes a little bit of delay and timeline in different part of the world and in different stages. But eventually, every one of us is going towards that net zero direction. Next slide, please. So here we can see the pledges made by the countries. We have some developed countries who are meeting or who are pledging for 2050. And we have some undeveloped countries, especially like African continents. We are having some countries, they are going to meet or they have met the targets of zero net currently because of their undeveloped condition and nature. And we have like countries like Indonesia in 2060, Malaysia 2050, and so on. So you can see here it is a commitment. And why this commitment is very important? This commitment or this pledge going to help to bring down the temperature of the planet by 0.2 degrees in 2100 if we commit to these pledges. And what is the effect if you don't control this temperature? The effect is enormous. It's gonna affect our livelihood, our what do you call our sea line, and many islands will be affected. Many people's fishermen's livelihood, even the in the land, people will be affected by severe floods, droughts, and crops will be affected. Water security will be will be an issue. Crops will be having issue for livelihood, etc., etc. So we can see the importance here. And even this 1.9 Celsius in 2100 is actually above the 1.5 which we have agreed earlier, which is going to bring a very massive effect. But still, anyhow, we are reducing, and these pledges are helping for that. So this is the important, and it's very timely because we are affecting, we are seeing, we have seen in Pakistan, the flood devastated the country and the people. And we see many places like in Australia, in the US, forest fires are affecting people and livelihood. So this is real, and that is the reason why we see these pledges. So it is really appropriate to have this theme where how do we address sustainability and green building, which is going to help us to achieve these targets and these pledges. So that's why we are here. We're going to listen, or we're going to see how Nusantara can achieve the target, the pledges, by adhering or by adopting certain initiatives and certain things. I believe, as the Nusantara has went for this concept of global green city and what do you call this, globalized city, they are adopting, and we can enhance it collectively. Next slide, please, moderator. So how massive development like Nusantara is going to manage the pledge, because Nusantara is very big, very huge. It's unimaginable to really implement, to monitor, to control the effect. And the pledge is by 2060. It's not very long ago, another 30 over years. And given the fact that when you have a massive development, the construction activities are notorious for greenhouse gases emissions from materials, energy, water, transportation, and waste generation perspective. So giving or having these facts and having our target and our initiative, how do we balance all these things? And being that Nusantara has put a target to be green and smart global city, if anyone is wondering what is green, it is not painting the town green, yeah? So I just put, for a sinister point of view, I just put a building with a green paint. They are not. And even smart global city means it's not like people smartly dressed in a globalized environment are there. No, It is the images on the right-hand side where we have green buildings, buildings which are very much reducing the impact, negative impact to the environment and people, and producing positive impact to the people, the well-being of people, their lives, and the environment surroundings. Plus, the smart city means a city which is interconnected, and it's very much optimizing the resources and producing a environment or a situation where it's gonna assess the needs of people, providing the needs and managing the needs and the livelihood efficiently, effectively, with less resources, optimized resources. That is smart city. So we will see these in the next slides. Next slide, please. Right. Hypothetically, according to World Green Building Council, a green building is this. I have mentioned this definition earlier, but I would like to highlight some key points. We have to consider this green building initiative from the design, construction, and operation point of view. So it is throughout the life cycle, from cradle to the grave. So any single building we are planning to put up in Nusantara or in any other cities outside Nusantara, we have to consider the green building elements from design, during the construction, and in the operation, in the maintenance, in the operation of the building for the life cycle, 30, 40, 50 years life cycle, which will and produce positive impact to the climate, the environment, and the natural environment, means the people and the flora and fauna. So green buildings preserve precious natural resources and improve the quality of life. Features of these green buildings are, there are few features, very significant ones, especially coming from the energy point of view. How do we efficient use of energy, water, and other resources like materials and resources for a better, optimized, less impactful to the environment energy options. And the other features are pollution and waste reduction measures. How do we reuse, reduce, and recycle? Enabling reuse, recycling, yep. And these will produce a good indoor environmental air quality, which is going to affect our health and well-being. Use of materials which are non-toxic, ethical, and sustainable. So this is also very important. We use natural substances which are coming from nature, and they are organic, which are non-toxic, and it's ethical because you can it's renewable and sustainable. So these are the considerations we have to consider in every phases of the life of the building. And consideration of the environment in design, construction, operation. I think we have mentioned this earlier. Consideration of the quality of life of occupants in design, construction, and operation. Yes, typically we consider the quality of life in the design and operation, but construction also we have to consider, because there will be lots of human will be involved, from laborers to professionals in the construction. So we have to consider the well-being, this HSE of these people during the construction. This is a part and parcel of green building. Finally, the design that enables adaptation to changing environment. So remember, the building that we design going to be there for certain years, some time. So how we can have a design which can be adapting to the changing environment? Another 10 years, probably the requirements will be changing in terms of maintenance requirement, in terms of rehabilitation requirement. So how we plan for this from beginning? How do we anticipate this in 30, 40, 50 years down the road? That is the beauty of green building design. Next slide, please. Right, we are moving more into green building, the essence of green building. So we can see here in a nutshell, green building is about a building which make use of natural ventilation, natural lighting, and it has a lots of this natural organic materials which produces lots of aroma and regulates the air and traps the heat or prevent the heat from coming in, and gives you a conducive environment, lots of oxygen, and you can better harvest from these buildings energies, for example, solar, wind, rainwater, biomass, even geothermal. How do you make use of optimize this resource of water water harvesting, grey water reuse, etc., etc. So this is in a nutshell. Let's see inside on the details. Next slide, please, Mr. Moderator. Right. This slide is talking about sustainable design in three perspectives: economy of resources, life cycle design, and human design. So when we consider in design perspective, of course, we have touched on energy, water, and material conservation. These are all optimization of resources. Coming to life cycle design, we have to consider from cradle to the grave. So from the pre-building design phase, which is design phase, building phase is the construction phase, and post-building is the operational phase, in especially the maintenance and rehabilitation, etc., etc. And finally, human design. So you design for human comfort, preservation of natural conditions. So you have this greenery around you, which regulates and which gives you a good supply of oxygens and preventing harmful substance from coming in and so on. And urban design and site planning is very also important, because you have to consider the sun movement, the wind direction, and the how do you gonna your position of your building, how it's gonna help in terms of traffic movement, because transportation is one of the element which utilizes a lot of resources, especially on energy, and also the space requirement for transportation. So these are the aspects we typically consider for green building design per se. Next slide, please. And to achieve those sustainable design, we will participate, or we will anticipate in terms of energy, waste, and resources management. So these are the three sectors we pay more attention. How do we manage the energy? How do we reduce or recycle or reuse the waste? And how do we manage the resources? Next slide, we have the details. Next slide, please, moderator. Right. This is talking about, of course, the top one is talking about building design, sustainability in building design. So we need to consider the microclimate, the heat island, because our buildings will be in a city. So we have to consider the heat island effect and the temperature effect. If you have buildings near to the sea, near to the river, or far away in the land, so this climatic effect onto the building and the occupants' conducive environment. So we have to consider in our design. Energy conservation, passive solar heating. This is especially when you have four-season countries. We have to consider for this passive solar heating, where in the daytime the building can absorb the heat and it can help to cool the environment. It helped to it helped to reduce the temperature, lower temperature at nighttime by reducing some of the lower temperature. And passive cooling and natural ventilation, daylighting, instead of using mechanicalized lighting, we can use daylighting, but of course in a controlled environment, because we in a tropical area, daylight produces lots of heat. So how do we manage these so that we can control or minimize the glare, the heat, where we need to take the lights and we need to avoid the heats? That is part of the design aspect or the research element we have to consider. And renewable resources. So in the first aspect, indoor environmental quality. So we will try to manage how do we make use of the ventilation and lighting, and the material composition. Because certain material can absorb heat, certain material can keep heat for so long. So how do you regulate this temperature in a building compared to external surface during daytime or during the different phase of a day, morning, in the afternoon, during the hot weather, in the evening, or even at night time, depending on the tropics or depending on the seasonal countries. And this has to consider the comfort of the people, because with a comfortable working environment, the productivity of people will increase, and the well-being, the health and safety of the people will be enhanced. So this is the importance of this green building. One of the biggest importance is green building, apart from resources management, is indoor environmental quality for people, the occupant of the buildings. And so the others, I don't want to touch more because it's giving a bit more essence into that indoor air quality. Maybe we go to the next slide. So here in this slide, continuing I think I've touched on this, where how do we find alternative for the current situation where we are utilizing lots of mechanical or mechanized lighting and air conditioning for tropical countries. Rather, we can go for natural ventilation. How do we make use of this wind passage and wind moving effects, and that will give you ambient temperature cooling situation, so which enhance the livelihood and productivity. And material wise, how do we ensure insulation to prevent heat coming in, or the cold, if it's a four season country, how do we prevent cold coming in, and how do we trap the heat and so on. But of course, when you talk about Nusantara, we are tropics, so tropics we have to control the heat and to control the lighting, so we can have a comfortable environment for living and working place. And another one is renewable energy. So because we are having plenty of sunlight, so how do we make use of the sunlight? Or maybe if we are in tropics, how do we make use of this biomass? And even there are some of my colleagues at UTP, we are running some experiment on geothermal pile. How do you make use of this geothermal energy for the building renewable or energy use, and etc. etc. So these are researches underway where probably it will take some time to mature and to come to full effect. But these are points or elements worth to be considered in our green building design for energy or indoor environmental quality per se. Next slide, please. Right, coming to materials. Of course, every single development utilizes materials, and most of these materials are natural materials. Even though you're going to use metals and steel, aluminum, etc., but they are all mined from elsewhere. And when you talk about materials, we also have to consider embodied energy. You can see there on the left-hand side, the bullet number 3. Embodied energy, people typically ignore or fail to consider in their consideration, in the design consideration, because it's quite common. We design such buildings and infrastructure with functions in mind, where we prescribe for materials which will be far away from the locality. For example, you want nice marbles from Mediterranean countries or Italy, or you want nice carpets from somewhere in Turkey or in Pakistan. So yes, these products or materials are giving an aesthetic and giving a function required, or maybe it's a common practice which has become a norm in our typical usage or design. But we have to consider for alternatives which are nearby, which can save us a lot of energy demand or energy usage in the process. For example, if you consider, if you want to bring import material from elsewhere, from far away places, that will require a lot of energy in transportation, in human involvement, etc., etc. Compare that with if you try to make use of locally available materials. So this embodied energy plays a big role in reducing the energy demand and making use of existing materials in a wise manner. Another consideration is how do we make use of available material in a full or proper cycle. Means that any waste material, how do you can make use? For example, we try to have, or we need to have a portion of our building materials coming from recycled material. For example, recycle aggregates, recycle bituminous material, where scrap materials or scrap roads from elsewhere we can bring in to be used in our new developments. Or maybe we have waste materials from elsewhere we can bring into this development. Even if you see one of my research currently, we try to use of sugarcane bagasse ash or even rice husk ash turn into silica gel, can be used in concrete production, which can enhance the strength of the concrete, the performance of concrete, and at the same time we are reducing waste and we are making use of waste. Of course, you can wonder whether does this producing of silica gel, does it requires lots of energy? Yes, At the moment, it is utilizing lots of energy, but research are underway on how to solve that as well. We don't want any secondary waste. We make use of primary waste and we are producing a secondary waste, or we are utilizing more energy to use this waste. That is also a part of our research where we try to cut or eliminate these so we can optimize. The important is by in the long run, we can able to achieve that. So research and development take time to materialize to a organic full strength growth. It will take some time, but eventually we will reach there. Initiative must be starting now. So choosing the right material, which will have very low impact to the environment, which are durable. We don't want a material which doesn't last long, which going to produce lots of waste along the way. So a durable material can last long, can reduce the amount of waste and reduce the amount of energy and resources to be spent in replacing or providing a supplement or addition to the materials. So we need to consider the end of life, the timeline you have to consider, and how do we recycle or dispose this in an environmentally friendly manner. How do we control emissions from this process, or even in the production, or even in the application of these materials must be considered in our design. So it requires the design, the sustainable green building design requires a lots of inputs from research, from practitioner, from industry, for us to make use of this information and data to be enabled to come up with a very good solution and optimized solution. Next slide, please. These are some of the examples where how wood-based material or even plant-based material has been utilized to produce sustainable materials. Like, for example, we have engineered wood. I think these are quite common nowadays. Sustainable lumber, where we need to plan for reproduction or replanting. So the supply is there, so we don't go for any non-renewable supply. And reuse of the woods, any woods, chunk of the woods, probably you can chip it, you can try to make it into powder form, can make use of into some elements which can be used in the construction or in the development. And how do we produce a long life and low maintenance material? This is by nature or by design or by production. So we need to consider that in our design, in our production, in our final material. And also low energy in terms of optimized energy or usage energy, as well as the energy you require when you are using that products. For example, the use of these sustainable materials probably giving a cooling effect to the environment, the indoor air quality, so which require less energy demand, etc., etc. So these are the aspects we have to consider. But these are just some examples. Probably we have more examples, and I believe the audience here might have more ideas on how to turn the ideas into reality in terms of recycling materials, managing and optimizing the resources well. See in our surrounding, and we try to ask our question: how do we optimize this? How do you make use of these existing organic renewable materials? That is the question we have to ask ourselves. Next slide, please. Well, these are some of the examples in some of the countries, like the photo we can see down there. It is in African countries. Most of the time, these countries or these people, they adopt to these recycled materials or sustainable materials because of the virtue of their condition. Probably they don't have the access to the sophisticated material. Probably they have lots of waste material in their vicinity. So that has given them an opportunity to make use of these materials or resources to optimize them for their development and construction or the usage, which can be a learning point for us, for the other country, for the other part of the world, where we can see how people are turning waste into wealth and how do they optimize this and reducing the impact to the environment. So these are a very good example of making use of available material or available resources and turn them into very useful resources, which can help us and the planet in short and long term. So we can see here sustainability in design often incorporates the use of recycled or reused materials. And okay, thanks, moderator. So we need to consider these in our designs. I'll try to run through very quickly. So next slide, please. These are common examples we see nowadays where we utilize a lots of renewable energy. I think these initiatives are going in massive ways in everywhere. Solar panels are getting tracks, and even wind turbines, either vertical axis or blade types, are getting a very attraction nowadays. And use of heat pumps and other sort of geothermal, geomass, also producing lots of energy. So energy usage and resources management is also part of green building. Next slide, please. All right, coming to smart city. Smart city, as I have mentioned to you earlier, is an interconnected city which optimizes the data and digital to produce or to give a environment which is demand driven, and technology is the enabler, which providing all the resources for us to optimize and to enhance the well-being and our lifestyle and our day-to-day activities. That is in a nutshell. Let's see the next slide. What is smart city is all about? So smart city, there are many multiple definitions per se. A smart city is one that makes optimal use of all interconnected information, data, available today, or to better understand and control its operations and optimize the use of limited resources. This is by IBM. Smart city is add of intelligence to the urban world and use it to solve public problems and achieve higher quality of life. This is according to McKinsey. And the most often used definition is by the Smart Cities Council. Smart city is one that uses information, data, and communication technology, again technology, to enhance livability, workability, and sustainability. This is the common and mostly used definition. So smart city is all about good use of technology and data for human well-being. And this is enabled by urbanization. So without the urbanization, this wouldn't come into picture nowadays. Yeah. And you can see the statistics by 2050, another 20 over years, 2/3 of the world population will live at cities. And this is alarming. So we have to have a very control mechanism. How do we make the well-being of people in the cities in a very acceptable manner? That is going to be by smart city. And this is enabled by technology, advancement in technology, and there are more technologies are coming. Sustainable development must consider successful management of urban growth, yes. Concerns such as climate change, transportation, health, natural resources depletion, poverty, waste, housing, water, food supply, public amenities must be well managed. So this smart city is going to help us to manage all these concerns. Next slide, please. And smart city is not something new. Yeah, it's been around since 70s. Started in Los Angeles. They have started with the urban big data project in the 70s. And then we can see Amsterdam in Netherlands in 1994. They started virtual digital city, but those are infant days. Yeah? Now mature days. So smart city concept widely accepted in the 90s. That is the stage where everyone started moving into that. When large corporations like IBM, Cisco in the US and others launched distinct smart city initiatives. So it started massively in 90s. By now it's already matured, and we see many countries or many cities are having or adopting these smart cities. So key technologies which enable this, IoT, Internet of Things, advanced analytics, augmented realities, social platforms, and many more. These enable operational, optimized, better decision making. Yeah? So data and technology which helps enable better decision making for the optimized well-being of human living experience in cities. That is the right word to be used. Next slide, please. So these are the layers in the smart cities. Any smart city must have these 7 layers, which is, we can say, service level to infrastructure layer, where the use of multiple equipments, for example, sensors and IoT-enabled devices and mobile devices, our smartphones, our social media platforms, and Internet of Things. This helps or enable the smart city to come into the picture. And these helped by the centralized operations and big data analytics, all the smart algorithms, machine learning, and we also have this cloud-based system, enable the whole ecosystem of smart city to come into the picture. So these are the enablers. These are the layers available and the enablers. So I don't want to go into the details. The time is about to end. So let me go to the next slide. Probably I can take some question about this later. So these are the players. Any smart city, eventually, these are the types of players we have in public domain, private sector, and as well as civic or academia domain. So the public domain, typically governments and agencies and local government and federal government, regulators, policymakers, where they have to put up the top-down initiatives, they put up the right policies and right ecosystem incentives for the players, for example, like private people, vendors, telco company, utilities, and investors, as well as startups. These people flourish in this ecosystem where the right policies and initiatives are in place. And to be supported by academia institution, where we need to provide research and advisors, think tanks, even organization like think tank organization and individuals. These people support the whole ecosystem. Next slide, please. And this is an example in Malaysian context I have taken from one of the handbook of smart city, where we can see one example where a nice fabric of government, private sector, local government, and operators, as well as academia, come into the whole platform to make this smart city ecosystem a successful one in Malaysia. In Malaysia, we started with our MSC super corridors in Putrajaya in 1990s. And then we are moving with in Johor, as well as in Malacca at the moment. So probably some other places will be coming up. So Nusantara, definitely, I believe they will be having all sort of clusters being arranged and being planned. So these clusters must work together with all these four parties, and they have to enable the ecosystem in a very mutual ways, benefiting all the parties. So this the initiative can become a successful one. Next slide, please. All right, so here I have more on the images, where we will see in smart cities this application coming into the play, where we can see autonomous vehicles. We have okay, yep. All right, thank you, moderator, for the 5 minutes. So we have autonomous vehicles. We have these flying like taxis, and additive manufacturing, where we are going for 3D printing. Even houses are being printed, 3D printed, and we have these humanoids, robotics, and use of imaginary or visualization tools. For example, on the left, I have this building information modeling, and use of drone technology is getting lots of traction nowadays. These are part and parcel of the parameters or the enablers for smart city, and all of them are making use of digital and data. Next slide, please. Well, in civil engineering per se, I would like to try to relate this to civil engineering, because I am coming from civil engineering. So we can see the use of or the adaptation of smart city or the data and digital in construction, where the IoT plays a very important role. How does the different machineries and equipments are communicating among each other to get input in terms of data and the response by doing the action, the operations, etc. And these are all captured in the cloud-based environment, and it can be real-time transferred to anywhere and to anyone, to be monitored, to be made decisions. And this require lots of predictive analytics and data algorithm, machine learning, and imaginary or image tools and image sensing tools, and so on. And this also can be used in tunnels for monitoring of structures or dams or bridges, etc. So we can see here the adaptation of data analytics, software, and sensor technology is a key enabler for this in civil engineering. Next slide, please. Also for monitoring purposes, again, the same data for traffic monitoring, for big infrastructure monitoring, bridges, dams, water supply, tunnels, we can real-time monitor the performance of this infrastructure, the structures, in terms of their stresses, strains, their behavior, the responses, durability, in real time, 24/7, from anywhere, any part of the world. These are all is the beauty of, or the essence of smart city. And this will enable a better living experience for the people and well-being of the people, the community in the long run. Next slide, please. This is published by the World Economic Forum, I believe, and where the smart construction is taking place nowadays. No more civil engineers has to design in office and come to the construction site or fields to supervise, to oversee things. Things can be digitalized and can be done in a controlled manner, in a very sophisticated way. We can print out elements, print out buildings, and we can use sensors to control, to monitor, to collect data, to enable the machineries to communicate to each other and to work efficiently in a less use of resources, and very avoid errors, reduce rework, and chase the timeline and the progress well. So we can see here prefabrication and modular construction is taking center stage nowadays. Advanced building materials, 3D printing and additive manufacturing, autonomous construction, where use of drones to monitor, to capture the progress and the progression of the works, augmented reality and virtualization, big data, predictive analytics, wireless monitoring to and connect the equipment to monitor, cloud and real-time collaboration, 3D scanning, photogeometry, and BIM. And now the recent one is metaverse, where people try to communicate using virtual holograms and everything. So these are all going to affect our livelihood, the way we're going to perform our career, our work, and our lives in the future. So smart city concept is getting its traction, and I think Nusantara have to make use of this for better positioning as a big city, as the new city in the new era, and it will be enormous benefits for the country and people. Next slide, please. So these are some examples from Australia, the Council House 2 building at Albert Road, Melbourne, where I have utilized some of the photos. I was visiting this building earlier back then. So these are some of the samples of application of green building, where we can see the use of vertical axis turbine to harness wind energy, the use of blades, control blades to control the heat and the sunlight, and the use of chill water to cool the building and to control, regulate the temperature. And you can see the shieldings with the wavy shieldings, which gonna have a reflected lights, and this is gonna give all the comfort for the occupants. Next slide, please. All right, so this is again the same building. So I don't want to go into the detail. Probably I can take some questions later. Next slide, please. All right, so the final one, and give me 2 minutes. So more innovation in green building and smart city coming in the form of materials. New materials are coming, high strength material, renewables, 3R, recycle, reuse. How do we recycle, reuse, reduce, 3D printing? And these are the areas of innovation in green building, lighting, ventilation, thermal comfort, energy efficiency, harvesting, automation in manufacturing, fabrication, techniques in modular construction, IB, industrialized building system, 3D printing, etc. I think the last slide is the next one. Next one, please. Innovation in smart city. These are the current innovation: digital twin, autonomous vehicles, drone technology, cloud computing, and energy harvesting. These are the current trends in innovation or research going on in smart city area. So my area, I am working more on the digital twin. We do lots of digital twinning for offshore platforms and also for buildings. Next slide, please. These are the 5 or 10 top smart city innovation trends. I just want to touch on the top 2, which is smart mobility and digital citizens. So these are the areas. This is based on published recently. Next slide, please. Challenges: financial feasibility, technology. How do we, the challenges, that means that to enable this to to happen efficiently, effectively, there are some challenges, especially like financial feasibility, how long it will take for the payback period, what are the incentives to be provided to spearhead this, what is the cost benefit analysis, what are the financing models in terms of technology, innovation, performance of the new ideas, innovation, and resources to be utilized for these, political barriers to implement these, and policies to be provided, legislation, regulations. These are the challenges like faced by the smart city and green building to be implemented very well. Social and cultural barriers, awareness, resistance to change, heritage component, and finally environment, deforestation, animal habitat loss, and pristine environment loss. These are the issues we need to tackle and to manage well to enable the smart city and green city to take place in Nusantara. I think that's the end of my presentation. Next slide. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Sorry, I have taken a bit more time. It's very difficult to control the timing. Back to you, Moderator.
Okay, thank you so much for Mr. Mubarak for your outstanding and also very comprehensive presentation. From your explanation, I could draw a conclusion that sustainable construction is something that is very related to the development of IKN Nusantara. There might be several challenges faced in creating sustainable construction in a city. Nevertheless, smart city and green building are very good concepts since there are a lot of alternatives from our current utilities to be converted into a greener option, such as sustainable building material, which actually do exist in our surroundings. As an additional, it is required to be supported by IoT to become a smart city as a form of digitalization. We do hope that it can be applied to actualize the sustainable construction and sustainable design in order to achieve IKN Nusantara principle to be designed based on the surrounding nature, with one of its objectives to be 100% environmentally friendly construction. Okay, so without any longer ado, from all of the provided concepts spoken by Mr. Mubarak, maybe the participants are still wondering about how IKN can implement this green building concept or any other questions in mind. So it is the right time for the participants to start asking some questions of your wonders to Mr. Mubarak. So in this kind of session, for the participants who want to ask, you can just raise your hand and become the panelist and also on cam. And if any other options, you can just write your question in the Q&A feature or YouTube live chat. Okay, so I think there is a question from Mas Sami. You can just on cam and start directly asking your question to Mr. Mubarak.
Okay, thanks a lot for the time. So first of all, I want to say thank you so much for all of the committee that make this event happen. And thank you also for the Dr. Mubarak for the outstanding presentation. So here's the thing. My question is, while applying the and planning the green building concept as an engineer, we need to think also about the budget. And based on my research, it is stated that we will purchase a lot of money for the material itself. So my question is it worth it enough to apply the green building and why? Because I think the budget to construct the non-green building is not as expensive as green building itself, sir. So that's it, my question. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Sami, for the question. Yes, that's very, very important and very good question. I would say that green building is something new, and when we don't have many players moving into that, the resources available under the green building in terms of materials or the techniques or the initiatives will be costly, number one. So this can be reduced, the cost can be reduced when we have economies of scale. When many people are going into this, eventually the prices will come down. Number two, green building is believed, even in the US in year 2000 plus, they have done very intensive research. They have found that, I have the numbers just now. The green building, yes, it is expensive for capital, for a initial capital investment, it is very expensive, but eventually it is a cost saving in the life cycle along the operation. So when you operate or when you utilize this green building, your livelihood is becoming better, higher productivity, and less maintenance requirement in terms of budget and energy usage, because you are utilizing more natural energy, ventilation, lighting, and reused and recycled materials. And even when we consider the green building, we will consider how the transportation can be limited or can be having less impact for the occupants of the building. Means that the building must be very nearby to public utilities, and there can be a mechanism where carpool is allowed or prescribed or recommended, or where there is these actually eventually reduce or help to reduce the operational costs. So if you see one of the slide, the last slide under the challenges category, I put there, these are the statistics from US. The operation cost for green building decreased almost to 9% compared to the non-green building. And building value, like the commercial value of the building, if you utilize a green building, is higher compared to the non-green building, about 8%. And return of investment is higher, about 7%. And occupancy ratio increased by around 4%. Rent ratio also increased by 3%. So you can see here, the initial investment for green building is expensive, yes, because of the economy of scale, number one. Number two, of the lots of features you have to incorporate, which require about a bit cost. But in the long run, you have lots of saving. So your capex is high, but opex is low, and productivity is high, value is high, return on investment is high. So there's much benefit in the later stage. So this is one of the barriers actually for many people to run into green building. Like preventing many people from running to green building. Many green buildings are initiated by government or government bodies, because they want to spearhead this, or they want to incentivize this to the general public. So it will take some time. When many people or massive people are moving into green building, eventually the prices will come down. So eventually it will become a common practice. So I hope I answer your question, Sammy.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
It's answered my question. Thanks a lot, sir.
Okay, thank you, Mas Sami, for the question. And I think there is one last question from Mas Farel. So you can just unmute yourself and ask the question directly.
Thank you so much, Mr. Moderator, for the opportunity. Thank you so much, Dr. Mubarak, for your presentation. That was very influencing. I believe that it is very urgent to address this problem, especially regarding the climate change issue, and we can do it from the sustainable construction. So I'm certain that every country has their own certification, has their own measure regarding how can they evaluate or assess whether considering a building is sustainable, considering a building is green or not. But I'm so interested in the context of embodied carbon that that is happening in the construction, during the construction process of a building. So my question will be, how can we measure the correct measure? How can we correctly evaluate that the building is green when we see that every building has their own style for their construction process? For example, the number of or amount of heavy vehicle use or the heavy machinery use, and that will be very, very different for each construction. So how can we measure that, and how can we evaluate that this construction process is green, this construction process is sustainable, besides the transportation of the materials itself? I think that is my question. Thank you so much, Dr. Mubarak.
All right. Thank you, Faril, for the question. Yes, it's a very important point you have raised here. And your question actually opens up to many questions. The first one, I would say, how do we evaluate the index? Different country, they have different indexing. So of course, maybe a country A, you will have certain number, a certain value. Country B, you will have certain number. So eventually, what is the accepted level? So this accepted level varies country to country, but eventually we have to understand, or we have to see where do we stand, in what bracket. Are we in the top 30% or in the middle 40% or the lower 30%? That is generally the key player in the industry look into. Either, like for example, in Singapore, in Malaysia, we have this Green Building Index, GBI. In Singapore, they have this green mark, and if you go to US, LEED, and so on. So generally, the professionals they will look into where do you stand, in which category, top 30, bottom 40, middle 40, or bottom 30, something like that. That's number one. So we try to categorize, or we try to put in a bracket. Number two, embodied energy in terms of construction. How do we manage that, and so on. Every construction site is unique, because it varies with the nature, with the elements you have, like soil, the water, the buildings that you're going to have, and the resources, the availability of resources. So when we consider each and every construction site, we have to look into what is the available resources in the vicinity. That is the first evaluation we have to do. And there's always a conflict between economy and society and environment. Of course, when you go for economy, when you go for commercial alone, we want to see which builder gives you a better value, cheap price, the same amount of performance. So you try to pick this vendor. This vendor may be coming from far away, and he might be coming with a technique or materials which in his mind coming from that place. So if your objective is commercial, which is economy, then you have to forego the environment and societal context. If your concern is more on society, you want to give jobs to local people, of course, sometimes it is not economical, slightly expensive probably. So what is your objective you need to see? And if you want to focusing on environment, so of course you have to forego a little bit of society, a little bit of economy, the commercial. So the difficulty is in blending all these three, in managing these three to come up with a design which has some sort of like commercial value, many facts or many elements or many percentage of environment and societal value, which will produce eventually a green building. So it means that we have to assess these points. Our construction is resources rich, means that it will be massive materials, massive machinery, massive people will be involved. Then we have to consider the impact of these activities to the environment, to the resources, and how do we reduce this impact by going for a bit reuse and recycle materials, and we can try to make use of locally available materials, and we can try to have this IoT actually helping to achieve the green building or sustainable construction. Why? Because we let the machineries to be optimized, efficient and optimized. They communicate among themselves, so they work optimized manner. They don't reduce or they don't waste time. They don't waste energy, and they do things effectively and efficiently. So they manage to complete certain tasks in a very quick manner. So this quick manner means saves lots of energy, saves lots of time. So this IoT actually enabling this green building to happen. So to answer to your question, Faril, that's why I'm telling you, your one question opens to many other questions. So we have to look into the parameters. What is our focus? Economy, society, or environment? And then each and every construction activities we have to evaluate in terms of significance, in terms of the impact, in terms of the commercial value and societal aspect. Then we have to put them in the category of, rather than evaluating them according to different yardstick or different countries index, we have to put them in the category, are they in the top 30, medium 40, the bottom 30. So then now we will know where do these projects stand. So that can assure us whether are we reaching the green building or sustainable construction or design or not. So that is my answer, Farid.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mubarak, for your answers. That is very clear to me. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much, Mas Farel, and also Mr. Mubarak for your answers and questions. But actually, it is going to be the last question. So after this, we are going to move on to the A-certificate handling as a form of appreciation to Mr. Mubarak. For the assigned committee, please share screen for the A-certificate. So this is your certificate, Mr. Mubarak. Thank you so much for the presentation today. And maybe for the committee, please take a picture first before we move on to the closing statement from Mr. Mubarak. Okay, I think it's done to be publicated by the committee, and this is your time, Mr. Mubarak, to state your closing statement.
All right, thank you, moderator. I would like to say thank you to the committee, to ITS academics. I know Mr. Dr. Umbaro is here. I am in very intense communication with Pak Umbaro, and it's my pleasure to see young engineers, future engineers are here to listen and to learn from the, for example, Prof. Toda just now and myself, and even the speaker after this. So as a current practitioners or current academic nowadays, we feel obliged to provide knowledge and direction and future direction for the future engineers. So wish you guys all the best, and the country needs you. You are the one going to help to build Nusantara for now and future. So wish you guys all the best.
What a great message from Mr. Mubarak. So thank you so much, Mr. Mubarak, for your time to give us new perspective about the green building concept and also smart cities. If you have another activities, you are allowed to leave the webinar. Okay.
Thank you, Mr.
So that was our second presentation session from Dr. Insinyur M. Mubarak Wahab, MIEM. With the same pattern as before, the third presentation will start after having a 5-minute break. And also, I would like to remind to all participants to fill out the absence form that has been sent out by the committee in the Zoom chat. Okay, see ya in another 5-minute break.
PT Wijaya Karya Bangunan Gedung, or Wika Gedung, is one of the companies under PT Wijaya Karya Persero, which is established in October 24, 2008. Our vision is acting as the chosen partner to creating space for better humans' life. And our mission, to commit to keep customers' trust as a capital to face competitiveness, to create high-quality products and services, life caring, stakeholders engagement, good corporate governance, and business ethic practices. An innovation to increase growth and to create value of ACE, agility, caring, excellence. Wika Gedung is the best chosen partner to build building construction. Throughout its corporate history, Wika Gedung has had satisfying track record, both experience and performance that are profitable for shareholders. This is in line with the corporate's main target to be world-class building contractor. By positioning itself as a total solution contractor, Wika Gedung provides integrated construction services using advanced technology to give comprehensive construction work solution by upholding safety and quality. Wika Gedung has developed solutions and precast or prefab building through backward integration approach to strengthen supply chain or company core business. To develop forward integration business, Wika Gedung focuses on business development through property business towards investment and concession to gain from recurring income through concession SIM and BOT or build, operate, transfer. Has been succeeded in completing various projects, Wika Gedung has promising future business prospect. Those achievements are resulted from hard work of the whole corporate member that optimally contributed to guard customers' confidence and continual innovation. Therefore, the products meet and even above the expectation of the customers. In line with the company's motto, creating space for better humans' life. Wika Gedung has run its business for 8 years and received various achievements. As a part of Wika Group that operates all over Indonesia, Wika Gedung is recognized and trusted as contractor in construction industry in Indonesia. The achievement of Wika Gedung from year to year has increased significantly. Wika Gedung has developed its business capacity through the initial public offering or IPO plan, as well as transforming as public company.
Okay, guys, so the another 5 minute break is over, and this is going to be the last break. So let's have the focus back in mind and prepare your comfortable posture in your own seat because the third presentation will start in a while. Okay, after we talk about the building, now we are going to dig down beneath our building to the structure of the building with the topic of completion of the substructure with soil condition at IKN Nusantara, which is going to be presented by Dr. Yudhi Lastiasih, Sarjana Teknik Magister Teknik from Institut Teknologi Sepuluh Nopember, Indonesia. Beforehand, I will read the short profile of Ms. Yudhi's curriculum vitae. Okay, so in educational experience, in the year of 2000, Miss Yudhi started her studies in civil engineering, and she obtained a Bachelor of Engineering in Institut of Teknologi Sepuluh Nopember, Indonesia. Then in 2004, she continued pursuing her studies as a Master of Engineering with a focus on geotechnical in Institut Teknologi of Sepuluh Nopember. After finishing her master degree, Miss Yudhi proceeded with her doctoral degree in civil engineering in Institut Teknologi Bandung, Indonesia. Besides her studies, she also had numerous working experience, and these are some of the latest experience. In 2022, until now, she had the responsibility as the head of soil and rock mechanics laboratory in civil engineering in Institut Teknologi of Sepuluh Nopember, Indonesia. Then, in 2021, she became the geophysical survey and assessment in the TDHT unit at the MT RU4 area project, Cilacap, Indonesia. Within the same year, she also became the Marine Geophysical Survey and Engineering Package, including cost estimation for maintenance dredging work Refinery Unit 5 in Balikpapan, Indonesia. As for the latest one, in 2022, she reviewed the foundation analysis of Amanah Hospital, Indonesia. From all of those 4 positions, she is still in charge until now, and there are many more of her experience. Well, due to time limit, without any further ado, I would like to invite Miss Yudhi to begin the third and the last presentation of Civil Expo today. The time limit is still the same, which is about 30 minutes, and later on, I will remind it again for the remaining duration. So, Miss Yudhi, you may start the presentation. For the time and screen are yours.
Okay, thank you, moderator. My voice is clear enough?
Yes, you're audible, ma'am.
Okay, I want to share my PPT first. Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, international webinar participant. Before I present our PPT, the moderator has been introduced myself. My name is Yudhi, and you can call me Yudhi. I'm from Civil Engineering ITS. On this occasion, I will present a material with the theme completion of the substructure with soil condition at Indonesian capital city Nusantara. Okay, if we talk about the infrastructure development in this area, infrastructure development must pay attention to the subsoil. So we can use of soil improvement or soil reinforcement becomes more appropriate. If we look the map of the distribution on subsoil, it can be seen the subgrid in the capital city Nusantara and the surrounding area in East Kalimantan is dominated by soft clay soil, and several projects that have been handled in the East Kalimantan area show soil conditions that are in accordance with the distribution map. We see the point distribution of subsoil. The data has been collected in the areas of East Kalimantan and North Kalimantan, as shown in this picture. From the number of data collected, it turns out the several locations have a soil tendency that is dominated by clay, silt, and sand. But even though if you look at the location where the results are taken, the sand soil is the most abundant. This is indicate the land has very large variability. The following is an example of subgrid layer that has been collected from the point in the image on the before slide. It can be seen the clay soil is dominated by soft soil. You can see on the yellow block, this one. The picture on the left is based on the result of boring SPT, and the right side is based on the CPT data. This is an example of subsoil at Pasar Airport, where the area is the same as the capital city Nusantara. It can be seen from the graph that soil is soft clay, with average and SPT is 2, with thickness 18 meters. Another example is land data on Ahmad Yani Street, Borough East Kalimantan, also saw the subsoil layer at the beginning on the surface, which is represented in yellow color. Still in the same area, but on the another state, in the Derawan, Pulau Derawan Street, Berau East Kalimantan, is still show the dominance of very soft to soft soil, which is represented with yellow color and green. And then the condition on the road Pulau Sambit at Berau East Kalimantan also saw the same thing. Yeah. This is dominated by very soft to soft clay soil. For several examples of soil layers in East Kalimantan area, there are many cases of landslide that occur in the East Kalimantan are due to the condition of the ground soil condition, dominated by soft soil. The example of cases and their causes and solution will be explained in the future. Okay, and then as an example of the first case, yeah, this is Tree Road, Ahmad Yani Street, Derawan Street, and Pulau Sambit Street. They are located on banks of the river, which prone the scoring. There has been riverside cliffside, namely on Bujangga Street and Marsma Iswahyudi Street. Yeah, this is happening at 2012 and Iswahyudi Street at 2011, which are both located on the bank of the river. And then for the Ahmad Yani Street, you can look at in this picture, there are longitudinal crack on the road surface. And then, okay, if we look at the location of Tree Road, Ahmad Yani Street, Derawan Street, and Sambit Street, they are on the same side. Okay. This problem occurs when the road widening is carried out by installing seat piles on the riverside. This is the location for installing seat piles. Prior to backfill, the roadside of the river has settled. After the seat pile installed, backfill was carried out. After the embankment work was completed, the cracks began from the road. Yeah. After the settlement in the road reached 1.3 meters, landslide began to occur. This one, the picture show the seat pile installation scheme that was done for road widening. This is the existing seat pile. And the solution for this problem, we add another one row of seat pile in front of the existing pile. This one, the additional seat pile. This new seat pile is taken to the depth until minus 16 meters from the original ground level, yeah, and is stuck in such way that the top of the seat pile is sink into the riverbed. The addition is only meant for Ahmad Yani Street and for Pulau Sambit Street. Yeah. Pulau Sambit Street and Ahmad Yani Street. One line of this seat pile is taken at around about 10 meters in front of the existing seat pile. With the addition of this seat pile, the possibility sudden erosion the riverbed when the river flooded will not be a problem anymore because we have additional seat pile in this area. Likewise, the same solution is applied to riverside on Pulau Sambit Street. This is another case example is the construction of the factory area located in the Karangjoang area kilometer 13 of the Balikpapan Samarinda Street, East Kalimantan, must be carried out in hilly area. You can see in this layout, this is a hilly area with an up-down topography. With this topography conditional, part of the building construction must carry out on the site embankment with a relatively large distance in elevation. The existence of relative large difference in elevation allow landslide to occur in development area. This is the location of landslide area. So it is necessary to strengthen the embankment to avoid the danger of landslide. But the reinforcement of embankment using the stone retaining wall is not enough to handle the landslide area. The use retaining wall to withstand the relatively steep elevation in this area is not sufficient to avoid the danger of landslide. So the landslide is still occurred like this one. Based on the result of landslide analysis that has been carried out, it saw that analysis carried out with existing soil data. The safety factor value of the landslide or the slope stability for the landslide is greater than 1 for the groundwater table condition, the high water table condition. So it should be safe against landslide for all groundwater elevation. But in reality, landslide is still occur. So the further analysis carry out the condition behaving like sand. So we have the data parameter of soil with behaving like sand, not the real parameter data of soil. The cheapest long-term solution for landslide management in this area is combination with groundwater subsidence and the use geotextile to strengthen the slope edge. We get the geotextile on this location. Then in some parts of the land that have experienced landslide, the soil needs to backfill from slope contour and embankment that are safe enough for the stability of the foundation of existing factory building. Groundwater reduction is carried out by establishing subdrain construction system inside on the embankment. So it can be ensured that the water level in the embankment is always low and will not endanger the stability of the embankment slope. A typical from embankment in the area requires additional embankment can be seen in this figure. The following construction, you can see this is a construction layout and landslide area. This one is the layout and landslide area using backfill as counterweight. Now, to the lower groundwater level, the subdrain condition construction is made gravel wrapped with non-woven geotextile as filter to prevent soil material from entering subdrain. The installation of geotextile of the woven type, this is a woven type, the green color is woven type, is also carried out to avoid sliding and small scoring on the side of the new embankment. In addition, we installation one row of concrete sheet pile at the foot of this slope, also need to be done because the land there is already someone else, and it is possible to carry out with stockpiling water, or we cannot do the counterweight in this area. Then see on the detail from the reinforcement for the solution for this case. Okay, Another case that occurred in the East Kalimantan was the case of Polytechnic building site. Yeah, in the Balikpapan, Polytechnic Negeri Balikpapan, at Balikpapan Samarinda Street, kilometer 8, the construction building is about multi-purpose building. For the construction of this multi-purpose building, it is necessary to cut and level of the large area in this land. During the cutting and leveling work, it was happened the movement of the ground around in this area from this slope that were not affected by the cutting. The most conspicuous is the part of the slope behind the rectorate building. The slope soil has experienced significance in movement landslide. In addition, the movement has also caused several cracks in the rectorate building and multiplied in the corridor of the edge of the rectorate building too. Some of the retrofitting methods that are used for sliding problems include this is sloping the embankment to slope that is safe against landslide, lowering the groundwater level and the use of the textile, and then the use of micropile and sheet pile, and then we can use ground anchor. This is another case. It's also landslide in the residential area on the Padat Karya Street, kilometer 8.5. The landslide area, you can look in the green shaded area, this one. Yeah. The soil on set of the Padat Karya Street is experienced lateral movement like this one, yeah, towards the valley on the side of the road. The movement is, the direction of movement is like this one. The movement caused many houses and buildings. Example masculine in this one, yeah, this is a damage. But on the Padat Karya Street, is still in the same condition as before. Yeah, this is the condition is good enough. Now, this is the solution of the case. Yeah, we use 7-meter long of sheet pile. The type of sheet pile is F220500. Yeah, and we built a drainage channel too. This one, it's given geomembrane layer to prevent a leakage in the drainage channel. Will cause additional horizontal stress due to water seeping into it. Okay, this is another example too. Yeah, the following is case of landslide that also occur in other residential area on Senwen Street, yeah, Parangjoang, North Balikpapan. Seen in the image of the landslide area in the circle, yeah, this one, and the shaded area. And it also seen the several houses appear to have been damaged by landslide that occur as shown in this picture. This is part of the edge of the Senwen Street collapsed, and that was followed by great damage for the building like this one. Okay, based on the result of soil test with CPT data, it can be seen the soil in the area is dominated by soft soil until 5-meter thickness. Yeah. So the solution is to do rainwater management because the topography is like this. Yeah. This is necessary to rainwater management. So the rainwater flow from head can be accommodated first in special channel and then can be channeled to the valley direction safely through a special channel as well. This one, this one, and then rainwater falls on the road surface in landslide area must be prevented. The goal is the most the rainwater cannot sip the original soil, but to go the provided channel. This is stream safely to valley. On the road that has landslide, so that made road widening. Yeah, the road with the minimum width is 7 meters, and the section at 114 meters long. Local enforcement carry out on the form profile diameter, this one, 80 with diameter 80 centimeter, its interval distance at 3 meters. Then on the inner side of the bore pile, reinforced made from gabion. This one, gabion, yeah, with geotextile like in this picture. Okay. We have seen many cases of landslide that occurs on road and in residential area in East Kalimantan. With the capital city Nusantara, infrastructure development will be carried out in this area. This is give us warning when we will design the infrastructure in this area. SNE Geotechnical 804060 in 2017 requires minimum safety factor is 1.5 for stability in new embankment. One example of infrastructure development is the construction of new roads. The construction of this new road will be on soft soil, and this will require reinforcement on the road embankment. Okay. As for the practical way to use this graph, how we can use this graph for determine how many reinforcement with geotextile we need to design our embankment. Okay, we look at this figure where the x-axis represent the embankment height, while the y-axis is represent the required reinforcement geotextile sheet. This graph is intended for the width of road or width of embankment 7 meter, while the existing curve describing the strength of the geotextile used, whether using PVD or not using PVD. Yeah, using and without PVD. Sorry. Okay, for example, I will build a road with 7 meter and the head embankment of 8 meter. So I need to know the maximum number that can be installed for embankment head of 8 meter. If I setting the vertical spacing for geotextile with 0.2 meter, the maximum number of seat is 4 multiplied by 8. Yeah, it's equal with 32 seats. You can look at in the black line. Yeah, this is about the maximum number if you want to the vertical spacing 0.2 meter. But if you want using geotextile spacing special vertical spacing 0.25, you can look at on the purple line. For the black line, you can know about if your embankment height 8 meter, so the maximum number of seat is 32 seat. But if you install 2.25 25 meters, the maximum seat is 40 seats. From here, we can find out how much strength to use geotextile. Okay, if I want use T ultimate or tensile strength ultimate 50 kilonewton without PVD installation, it turned out with about 88 seats. Okay, 50 kilonewton with PVD. With PVD installation, okay, you can look at the red line, yeah, and then you can draw and bring on your line for the y-axis, and you get the 40 seat, 88 seats, yeah. But if you want to use the spacing vertical 0.25, you can get the 40 seats. Now, from the graph, we can use the ultimate tensile strength of 100 or 150 kilonewton, and it can be seen the need of geotextile sheet when using the tensile strength 100 kilonewton with PVD. I'm sorry, with PVD is 8. Okay, the green line, and then you can get the 10 seats. But if you use the ultimate tensile strength 50 kilonewton without PVD, the total number of seats is about 88 seats. This is turned out from the maximum number is 40 seats. Okay. And then we can use the same way for the embankment width of 9 meters and for the embankment width more than 11 meters. Okay, I think that is all of my presentation. Thank you, and we return to the moderator.
Okay, thank you so much, Ms. Yudhi, for your excellent presentation. As from the overall explanation, I could conclude that one of the problems that occur in the construction of this new capital city is that there are still many land problems in the area of the new capital city and its surroundings, such as the problem of moving land, the decrease in groundwater level, and the problem of deep soil. So from the knowledge and experience of Ms. Yudhi, she has a solution that she is currently on research, which is to add embankment as a counterweight to prevent cracks in soil, with the hope that this research will solve the problems in the soil that occurred in the new capital city. And I could see that from the presentation. It is very technical and supported with study cases that occurred in the field. Okay, so from all of the elaborations spoken by Ms. Yudhi, maybe the participants do have questions in mind and are still seeking answers from the perspective of the important structure below our feet. So it is the perfect time for the participant to start asking your question to Ms. Yudhi. Okay, it seems that there is someone raised their hand. Oh, is it you, Dimas Sandi? Okay, for Dimas Sandi, you can ask questions to Ms. Yudhi directly.
Good afternoon. Excuse me. Hello.
Yeah, I can hear your voice.
Okay, thank you, Bu Yudhi. Maybe I want to ask one question. What are the problems in the soil sector that may appear on the soil at the IKN Nusantara location? Thank you.
Okay. Based my explanation before, the dominated soil in the IKN area is about soil clay. Yeah. So the most problem will can occur on this area is of course a landslide, and then settlement, yeah, and then of course the low bearing capacity if you want to design for foundation like this. This is enough, Mas Dimas.
Okay, that's enough. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Dimas Randy, for your question. So for the other participants, do you have any question? Oh, there is one from the committee itself. Okay, I think Mas Widi, you can just unmute yourself and ask your question directly to Ms. Widi.
Thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Moderator. Ms. Yudhi, maybe I have some question for you. First of all, my question is, what are the soil aspects that must be considered and check if we want to build a high-rise building in IKN Nusantara? Thank you.
Okay. You must pay attention for the high-rise building. Of course, this is about the soil parameter data. Before you can get the parameter data, you must do the soil investigation. Yeah. Based on the SNE geotechnic, you can know about the minimum required minimum required soil investigation. So if you want to high-rise building, this is on the SNE geotechnic require for if you want to build up to 4 stores, you can get the point of soil investigation until minimum 3 for this building. Yeah, but if you want to know the detail about the how much requirement for the soil test and the requirement for field test and laboratory test, you can look at in the geotechnical SNE 8460. Yeah, you must automatically you must design the foundation, yeah, the deep foundation, or maybe because this is a high-rise building, yeah, so you must choose the pile foundation or deep foundation. You can know about what the parameter data if you want to design the pile foundation. Like this, Bintang, it's clear enough?
Yes, it's better enough. It's clear for me. Thank you for the answer, Ms. Yudhi.
Okay, thank you, Bintang.
Okay, thank you so much, Mas Widi, and also Ms. Yudi for the answers and questions. So for the participants, is there any other questions? And it might be going to be the last question of this third presentation. Okay, is there any other questions from the participants? Oh, there is some other questions also from the committee. Okay, for Mas Dwi, you can just start asking the question to Ms. Yudi.
Yeah, okay. Thank you for the insightful presentations, Bu Yudi. I would like to ask a question. So, how we do soil improvement? How is the other way for us to do a soil improvement to make the soil better to build for IKN Nusantara? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dwi, for your question. I will try to answer your question. The first, we must separate what type of your work. Yeah, maybe if you work about the cutting or filling some embankment or slope, you must know about if you work with filling embankment. The soil reinforcement usually use geotextile, yeah, and then you can use geogrid or gabion, and then if you work with cutting slope, yeah, with cutting slope, you can use the reinforcement soil with soil nailing, ground anchor. You can use the type of the soil reinforcement like this. You must separate. You work with the embankment fill or you work with the cutting slope. Yeah, this is decided we can use the what type of reinforcement soil that we can apply on this in our work. That is Dwi.
Okay, thank you for your clear explanation.
Okay, thank you, Mas Yudi, for the questions and also Ms. Yudi for your answer. Unfortunately, the questions from Mas Yudi will be the last questions in this third presentation and also last presentation. So we're going to continue the sessions to the certificate handling. As a form of appreciation, we would like to give you an certificate, Ms. Yudi.
Okay, thank you for the moderator and the participant. I hope. Okay, thank you. I hope my presentation will give you the new knowledge from the condition of soil in IKN. Thank you for Committee of CIVEC.
Okay, thank you so much again to Ms. Yudi for your time to give us a new horizon about the substructure completion in IKN. If you have any other activities, you are allowed to leave the webinar, ma'am. And have a nice weekend, ma'am. Okay, that was our third and last presentation of the opening of Civil Expo today from Dr. Yudhi Lastiasih, Sarjana Teknik, Magister Teknik. As an overall conclusion, there are several things to focus on in the process of relocating the capital city of Indonesia, including from the waste management, proposed ground building, and soil strength empowerment. From all of those multi-aspect knowledge, we hope that from the current progress in IKN will achieve its target in 2024 and successfully implement a sustainable cities in 2035. Well, that's all for the three presentation sessions from our three multinational speakers. I would like to say thank you in advance to the participants who stayed still until this moment in this opening of Civil Expo ITS 2022. I hope that this presentation answers all of your curiosity. And once again, don't forget to fill out the absence form in the Zoom chat. So this is Lukman speaking as your moderator. We'll end this presentation session. Thank you very much for the opportunity, and I will give the mic back to the MC.
Thank you very much, Professor Tatsuki Toda, Dr. Insinyur M. Mubarak Wahab, MIEM, Dr. Yudhi Lastiasih, Sarjana Teknik, Magister Teknik, for insightful presentations, and thank you, Lukman, for your assistance. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it was wonderful having you here with us, but we have come to the end of today's agenda.
We would like to once again thank our sponsors, for this event would not be made possible without them. Our deepest appreciation to Geosystem,
Wika Gedung.
Agung Sedayu Group.
Wika Beton.
Bank Negara Indonesia.
Indonesia Power.
Waskita Beton Precast.
Bank Tabungan Negara. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to express our most sincere appreciation to you for your time and participation towards today's event. Please fill out the feedback form that you can access through the link in the Zoom chat box below.
Once again, on behalf of the entire committee, we would like to thank you for joining us today on our insightful event. We do apologize if there were any inconveniences occurred during today's event. My name is Anya.
And I am Farhan. This is Civil Expo ITS 2022. We will see you at the next event. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Bye.